Folks, welcome back to live coverage of the 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour here at Homestead, Miami, AMR Motorplex. Jumping back in live right here, halfway through our Briggs 206 Masters and Briggs 206 Senior. Heat race number 3. This is the last heat race of the weekend. Every group is going to see a third trip on track, third heat race. And then after these heat races are complete, we will move straight into pre-finals. I'll tell you more about how that's all going to work if you're just joining us now for the first time this afternoon, but let's catch up with what's going on in 206 Senior and 206 Master heat race action. Christopher Wakefield started this race on the outside of the front row, as these are not progressive heat races. He qualified in second yesterday afternoon. That's where he started heat race 1, 2, and right here in heat number 3. He's jumped out to an early lead, and he's stayed there ever since. Wakefield, your race leader, aboard cart number 11. And there he goes across the start-finish line. Behind him, Dylan Braswell and Jaden Cassis, Mac Brown, and Tony Bassett. Anthony told me he likes going by Tony sometimes. I said, well, that's funny because I don't like going by Anthony ever. And then in 206 Masters, Phil Pignataro scored the Heat Race 1 win on Friday afternoon, but was issued a penalty. He now runs in second here in heat race number 3. He and Diego Rodriguez and Jesus Portillo had themselves just a dandy, a gym dandy of a race earlier this morning when they contested their second round of 206 Master heat race action. I want to thank all you who are tuning in and watching live here on ROK Cup USA's YouTube page. There you see Phil Pignataro and Diego Rodriguez kicked that back end out just a little bit as they entered the right-hander, turn number 5. Just talked to Chase Jones in the lunch break and talked about how this is maybe one of the most rubbered-up tracks he's ever raced on, or at least in recent memory. These Levanto tires are giving these drivers about as much grip as they can stand, and then maybe even a little bit more. Really a lot of guys trying to work and make sure their chassis turn and do exactly what they want in both the fast and the slow sections. Jesus Portillo loses the third position in 206 Masters to Miguel Romero. Romero just got the pass done here in turn number 12. And we check back in with our seniors here. We're going to try very hard to stay with our seniors in this battle. And they make their way around turns 10 and 11. This is a shot of second and third, Dylan Braswell and Jaden Cassis. Way out in front is Christopher Wakefield. Our Masters drivers making their way through the infield. 105 of Pignataro. Phil was talking to us last night, and he just talked about how many different engines he has, how many different engines he's raced, and what he likes about this 206 category. I think is what a lot of people like about it. Okay, it's affordable, right? That's number one. That's a huge part of the game when you see the kind of money that gets spent in karting today. It's never a bad idea to go with something that is maybe more in. It's in everybody's budget, right? And the closeness of it, because it's a lower horsepower engine, because it's not something that you need rebuilds on as often. It's a motor, it's an engine that's extremely accessible, whether you're racing here at the Florida Winter Tour on a national or an international level. And so many clubs around the country have this engine platform as a part of their weekly schedule. Their club race schedule offers this Briggs 206 Junior, Briggs 206 Senior, Master, whatever. It's a great engine to get involved in. And Phil Pignataro is the driver in second place you're watching right now, move down the straightaway right behind Diego Rodriguez. And no breathing room at all. Does Pignataro try something here? 1 minute left. You can see that on your monitors back at home. And everybody holds station here. Christopher Wakefield, his lead, not a large one, just over a tenth, maybe 2/10 of a second. Pignataro pulls out to the outside of Rodriguez, lets him know he's there. When these drivers get back to the starter's stand, nope, they will not see 2 to go because the seniors have not seen 2 to go. So Braswell, Jaden Cassis, now it's Wakefield. Wakefield slipping back. I was watching the Masters race here when I was telling you about just how big Christopher Wakefield's lead is. Well, that's not the case anymore now, is it? Because Dylan Braswell out in front. Hayden Cassis and Christopher Wakefield. Tony Bassett, your front four with Mac Brown in fifth. Briggs 206 Senior checking in with him here. 21 of Braswell. Jaden Cassis and Christopher Wakefield. So Christopher Wakefield right there in cart number 11, making his right-hander turn through corner number 8, now setting up for the left-handers. He slid back from the lead back to third. He's got Anthony Bassett right behind him. Moving up a little bit on the track here. There they are, coming down the back straightaway, or the side straightaway rather. White flag is in the air for these senior drivers. Wakefield doing what he can to hold on to third. Dylan Braswell out of 9 up the track towards the last 3 corners, turns 10, 11, and then he'll make the run down the side straightaway to corner number 12. Braswell, your leader, on the side straightaway, coming into turn number 12 here. 206 Senior, the checkered flag is going to wave. Here we go. Heat racing is over, and Braswell picks up the victory. Jaden Cassis was second, Christopher Wakefield third, and Mac Brown gets around Anthony Bassett at the line to run from 5th to 4th, and that is your 206 Senior heat race number 3. The 206 Masters are not done yet as they come down the side straightaway. Pignataro is going to try and make something happen here for the race win. No, he's not close enough. And there you see it. Rodriguez is able to hold on and score the victory in heat number 3 over Phil Pignataro. Jesus Portillo third in class, Miguel Romero fourth. And that will do it for heat race action. The Briggs guys are already done. They will tabulate the points. And they're going to start tabulating those and find out who will start where in pre-final action.
Yep. Scroll down all the way to the last option and press over and then down again. And you'll get the option. I'm ready to roll.
It's interlaced, it's not progressive.
So here we go, getting ready for our second heat race here in round number 3. Coming up next is the Nash Motorsports VLR Junior heat race number 3. If you were with us this morning, Sebastian Garzon, who did qualify his kart on the pole position in time qualifying yesterday, started up front, stayed out front, and well, that's where he finished, and that's where he starts for heat race number 3. Garzon is out in front once they send these karts here. Maybe a little bit of an issue here on the grid for somebody. We're not getting the 25 to roll off here. The 825 of Eli Steinbruch. They cannot get the 825 to fire. You can see those crew members with an external starter, an outboard starter, trying to insert that outboard starter through holes that are cut in the side pod in towards the clutch to spin that thing to create fire to get that engine to take off. Not sure what's going to happen here because the first time by they've been seeing the green flag. So the 825, I imagine there's a line of demarcation somewhere on the track where if you're not in your position by that point, you will start at the back. I don't know where that line is, and that is a pure assumption. We're waiting to kind of see exactly what ROK Cup officials are going to do here, because the reason that's so important is Eli in the 825, well, he was scheduled to start in the 3rd position. That's inside row number 2. And I think they're having these VLR Juniors crawl through the infield in an attempt to figure this out. And I think it's maybe not even the officials' it's the drivers. I think the drivers aren't exactly sure what they're wanting to do here, because obviously they know that the 3rd place starter did not leave with the pack from the starting grid. And then you get into this situation of, does that inside spot stay open? Does somebody fill? Does the inside line move up? Possibly troubles here for the 888. As one kart comes to a stop on the exit of the infield, that's Luke Tall. And I think finally the 825 gets fired up and is trying to rejoin the field. Garzon and Ardiles and Race Beckman and the rest of this front 5 they're just not sure where do they start, who occupies that inside row 2 position. Steinbruch is making his way up through the field, but he's not going to get there in time. They're packing up and pairing up. The 805 of Race Beckman has moved up to that 3rd position. Steinbruch's not going to get there in time. They're into the tram lanes. The lights go out. We're racing. Garzon takes him into turn number 1, and he looks like he's going to bring Beckman along with him, possibly. A little bit of a cleaner start here this time in heat race number 3. I say that, and just as I do, a couple karts get bouncing up and down in turn 2 as they make that left-hander, setting up for the right-hander 3. A couple karts run wide through the hairpin in turn number 4. But we rejoin with our leaders. There goes Ardiles down to the inside. Move Ardiles, it looks like, back up into the 2nd position. And these big VLR Junior fields, man, it's just a lot going on in a very short amount of time. Going to wait to see exactly how everything shakes out with timing and scoring as they come back around. But we are off and running in this 9-minute plus 2-lap heat race number 3. Leaders out of 12 and at the start-finish line. Race Beckman did occupy the 2nd spot only for a lap, but less than that, really. Ardiles got back around him. Diego Ardiles in 2nd, chasing down Garzon. Race Beckman kind of picked up the pieces. He was scheduled to start on the inside of row 3, but moved up to the inside of row 2 when the 825 of Eli Steinbruch had problems. So Race Beckman, the benefactor of Eli's bad luck. That seems to be exactly what it was unfortunately a heavy dose of bad luck for the 825, because once they got that onboard starter to Eli, he was able to take off and leave the grid and join the field. But after 1 lap of competition, the 825 scored 30th as they completed lap number 1. They're closing lap number 2, starting the 3rd lap around the track right now. And I'll tell you, Ardiles looks a little bit better already here in this heat race. He's staying right on the rear bumper of Garzon. Cool shot right there as they come out of 3. They set up the hairpin, turn number 4. Very important corner. Can't give up too much on entry, but you definitely can't lose too much on exit, because as you head down into this infield technical section, boy, it could get sketchy And Ardiles loves it when it gets sketchy. Ardiles goes right down to the bottom of turn number 5 and takes the lead from Sebastian Garzon. Ardiles now takes his RPG Cosmic to the front of the field. New leader. Alexander Vanchev, quickest card on the track last time by. The 806 scored in the 4th position last time by, and Vanchev is going to keep moving up the leaderboard as quickly as he can. And again, he goes purple. Alexander Vanchev of 49.73. First and second was just swapped. Ardiles and Garzon traded positions. And third and fourth are now starting to get a little bit closer. Race Beckman in the 805 is not in P3 anymore. The 805 slips back to 4th. As you can move, the 806, the fastest card on the track, 2 laps in a row. Alexander Vanchev goes from 4th to 3rd. But just like we talk about, okay, if you're first and second and you're battling, well, you're going to let 3rd and 4th catch up. That's kind of where they were just about a half a lap ago, Vanchev and Race Beckman. But if you're 3rd and 4th, those 2 drivers, and you start battling, well, the inverse happens. First and second start to pull away. You slow yourself down when you battle like this, whether you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, it doesn't matter. So the passing and the back and forth is good and all, but eventually it's going to hurt you more than it's going to help you, because yes, you gain 1 spot, but you completely lose, or at least over time lose that opportunity to fight for more positions. Ardiles, meanwhile, despite the fact that Garzon, who's right behind him, isn't in a battle, Garzon can just focus on Ardiles right now. Garzon is not keeping up with Diego Ardiles right now. Ardiles went purple last time by, meaning he was the fastest kart on the track, a 49.13 to Garzon's 49.55. Remember, Garzon started this race on the pole position because that's exactly where he qualified. All these heats, you start the heats in the same position every time and you earn points. These are not progressive heat races. Where you qualify, you start at heat 1 there, you start heat 2, and you start heat 3 there. You win your heat race, you get 0 points. You finish second, you get 2 points. Third is 3 points, fourth is 4 points, and so on. The lowest point earner at the end of these heat races, that's who will start on pole for the pre-final. And where you finish the pre-final is where you start your final. So it's like golf. You want to be low point man through your heat races. Diego Ardiles right now leads the way here in Nash Motorsports. ROK VLR Junior, great looking shot of him right there. Rockets through turn number 12, down the front straightaway. And those drivers see the timer just on the outside to their right-hand side on those red and white Tech Pro barriers you see on your monitor. They're on the left. That's the driver's right-hand side, and they see the timers ticking down. Change for the lead. It looks like we've had one. Yes, we have. The 850 of Garzon back to the front, and Ardiles needs to play some big-time defense here because Alexander Vanchev just went purple last time by, and now Vanchev, the quickest car on the track, runs 3rd, trying to find his way around early leader Ardiles in 2nd. Vanchev had a shot right there as they came out of 4, down the straightaway, into the right-hander, turn 5, but didn't commit to it. Whether he thought he couldn't make it, whether he attempted it and backed out, not sure. Ardiles goes right back to the front as he challenges for the lead. He challenges and takes the lead. Ardiles, Garzon, Vanchev. This race is not over as Garzon retakes the top spot in turn 4. They're side by side, a literal drag race down into the 5th corner, and now we got a few more karts getting involved. One around on the front straightaway. The 818 hits the outside barriers on the exit of 12, goes for a spin. We'll let you know if he gets refired. He does. The 818 resumes on track action, but this fight for the race lead has gone from 2 to 3, now 5 karts. Garzon and Ardiles were throwing haymakers back and forth at each other up at the top of the track in hairpin turn number 4. And when they got down to the other side of the track in turn 5, boy, Vanchev, Ty Fisher, Race Beckman came to call. Alexander Vanchev jumps up to 2nd. Ardiles is there in 3rd. And Ardiles has got to worry about Ty Fisher and Race Beckman now. there's your top two. Garzon and Vanchev, they make their way through 6 and 7. 7 now, turn 8, the second right-hander. And this track is getting darker and darker, taking on so much rubber. And again, I know a lot of you watching this race these karts, you know what it feels like when a track takes rubber, and it just gets more and more physical. Race leaders nearing the end of this one. Minute and a half to go. Great graphics package you see on your monitor wherever you're watching, however you're watching. You see all the same information we see here in timing and scoring. Minute and 15 to go. Garzon, your leader. Vanchev started this race back in 5th position. He's second now and trying to find his way to the top spot. Vanchev, Ardiles, Beckman, and Fisher, your top 5. Martinez, Saez, Scarborough, Gonzalez, Manjek, and Bonneman, the top 10. Great shot right there of how spread out the battles for first and second have gotten from the battles for third, fourth, and so on back. Garzon has got his hands full because Alexander Vanchev just continues to pull rabbit out of the hat after rabbit out of the hat because he is not slowed down. Vanchev, 48.54 last time by to race leader Garzon, 48.63. I don't think Vanchev is done, not yet, not even close. They come out of 8 through 9 now. The second to last left-hander coming up. Turn number 11. Here they go. Down the sight straightaway. The clock hits 0. That means we've got 2 laps to go here in the final heat race for Nash Motorsports VLR Junior. Vanchev gives up fast lap honors to race Beckman in the 8:05. Beckman is trying to find his way around Diego Ardiles after he just got past Ty Fisher. So moved Beckman up from 5th to 4th, I apologize. And this race for the lead, a lot is on the line here. The higher you finish, the less points you earn. The less points you earn, the higher you start in tonight's pre-final. White flag will wave when these junior leaders get back to the start-finish line. Oh no, lap traffic. This is where things could get hairy. Garzon does a great job working through the slower karts, but he's not out of the woods yet. He's got a pack of at least 4 karts still in front of him. Lap traffic is a part of this race. Garzon down into turn number 1. We'll pick back up with our leaders. Vanchev, what can he do? He's got to find his way around. White flag waves. Here we go. The 897 of Ardiles has made this battle for the lead a 3-kart race, and they are thick in lap traffic right now. The lappers don't know what to do. They're instructed to maintain their line and let leaders get around them the way the leaders can, but the leaders are trying to keep second and third and fourth and the rest of the pack behind him. Garzon has just driven out of his mind right here to keep the second and third place challengers behind him while also navigating lap traffic. Rarely do you see a kart race involve lap traffic that much, and the checkered flag is out. Garzon lets out a big sigh of relief as he had a lot on his plate that last lap and a half, let's call it, with catching up to slower lap traffic and knowing that Vanchev and Ardiles and Beckman were right there. Wow, fantastic run by Garzon to negotiate lap traffic like that on tracks this long, in races this short. You rarely see lap traffic play a role, especially in a heat race, but due to some drivers getting together and a couple guys having mechanical issues, the leaders caught up to lap traffic much quicker than normal. And there you see it. You see the breakdown of your top 20 on your screen right now. Nathan Dupuis has a much better race after he was involved in an incident at the start of VLR Junior Heat number 2 earlier this morning. But again, Sebastian Garzon, go buy his t-shirt, go buy his hat, go buy something, because that kid just drove a very smart race. Nash Motorsports VLR Junior is done with their heat race action, which means coming up next we will have ROK VLR Senior heat race number 3. Those guys are on the grid getting ready to roll up next. VLR Senior brought to you by Rocket makes their way from the grid now out onto the racetrack. Good stuff there in VLR Junior. That was a lot of fun to watch. Sebastian Garzon, incredible performance dealing with lap traffic there. That is something you just don't see very often in this kind of karting. Very, very cool to see. Hats off to that young man. Alessandro De Tullio picked up the victory the last time these karts were on track in VLR Senior, again brought to you by Rocket. Luke Welcome and Steven Eisert are your front row. Kane Martin and Ryan Persing make up row number 2, and then your winner of the most recent heat race here in VLR Senior, Alessandro De Tullio. He starts this third and final heat race in the 5th position. Stephen Miller rolls off 6th. Quentin Angeli 7th. Ernesto Rivera 8th. Colin Lloyd, Marco Mastronzi, your top 10. Patricio Gonzalez, Chase Jones, Lorenzo Kaufman, Emma Scarborough, Eduardo Castroneves, Jaden Beckman, Aiden Shimbashi, Acer Torres, Gavin Wardell, and Augusto Acevedo complete the top 20. This is heat race number 3 for the rocket-powered VLR Seniors on track now. Luke Welcome down on the inside of that bright green helmet, and Steven Eisert on the outside in the red, white, and blue bodywork. Welcome has a very successful start there, and Eisert gets kind of kicked out just a little bit there to the side. We'll see if Eisert is able to get his way back into second. Nope, it looks like one of the Nash Motorsports drivers, Kane Martin, and I believe Martin might have even brought Ryan Persing along with him. Persing trying to find his way around. Kane Martin, one driver off on the entry to turn number 5. That's the 918, the 918. Jaden Beckman sitting facing kind of the wrong direction over there in turn number 5. Looks like finally gets it refired and continues, but way behind the pack here on lap number 1. Not the way you want to get going here. Lap number 1 comes to a close, and Luke Welcome has a great start to this third and final heat race for the VLR Senior drivers. Boy, look at that, all the way down to the blue paint. Not sure who those two drivers are, but they're using up every single bit of this racetrack. They're getting their money's worth in this third and final heat race. Looks like Eisert maybe making a move. Could have gone from 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd. Yeah, it's Eisert and De Tullio having a good back and forth right here. De Tullio and Kane Martin? Yeah, Kane Martin. No, Kane Martin's up ahead in the 2nd position. Luke Welcome brings him out of the infield. Martin right there in 2nd. De Tullio, Eisert, Stephen Miller. Miller, we haven't talked about him yet. He started this race in the 6th position aboard cart number 973. Change for position. That's going to be 3rd place changing hands. So that should be Eisert. No, that's Stephen Miller getting at least 1, maybe 2 for the price of 1. The Nash Motorsports guys getting closer and closer to each other. Luke Welcome, and it's the Nash drivers of Martin and Miller. Steven Iser, your second place starter, who got bumped back to third, has slipped to fourth in this pack. Colin Lloyd up from ninth already to the sixth position, just outside the top five. Colin Lloyd, the driver of the 922. Here we go, fight for position a little bit farther back. Looks like the 922 of Colin Lloyd and Alessandro De Tullio. That moves Lloyd from 6th up to 5th. The Nash Motorsports guys are starting to go after each other a little bit here. The 992 of Kane Martin gives a bump to Stephen Miller after Miller drives around him on the inside of the hairpin up in turn number 4. Nash Motorsports, the team out of California, Seth Nash, has been at this game for quite a while. His son Blake racing this weekend, and if you've been a part of ROK or SCUSA or really any big national kart brands for, God, at least the last decade, maybe more, Nash Motorsports has been a staple of those programs in the single speed categories. Back and forth, we see a little bit of side-by-side racing here. Oh, and we see a little bit of up and over, but not all the way over. Colin Lloyd, Alessandro De Tullio, Steven Iser, all trying to figure this one out. Luke Welcome driving away to a nearly 1 second gap. .902 Ryan Persing is right behind the 939 of Steven Iser and Colin Lloyd. This is 5th, 6th, and 7th. De Tullio up to 3rd. Kane Martin on the backslide. Martin goes from inside the top 3 back to 9th. Didn't see what happened. He might have been that driver that kicked up and did a little bit of rim riding on the driver he was trying to pass. Although I don't believe that was him. Regardless, something's happened to Kane Martin. He falls into 9th. Chase Jones will be the next driver to try to deal with him. Chase in the 937. Luke Welcome. Stephen Miller is getting closer. Stephen Miller's getting much closer. Very quickly, in fact. Miller cuts the lead from 9/10 to 4/10 to what is it this time? 0.3 of a second. There you see Luke Welcome out in front, but for how much longer? If you're Stephen Miller, you're trying to make it not much longer at all. Miller coming to call here. Still plenty of time to go in this heat race. You really notice a difference even in just a couple of minutes. These senior and junior level and master races, they feel quite a bit longer than our mini and micro length races. 9 minutes plus 2 laps here in junior, senior, and master, and then 7 minutes plus 2 laps in the micros and minis. And it's crazy how fast some of these shorter races go, and just how much more endurance, how much more distance it feels in these junior and senior categories. 9/10 to 4/10 to 3/10 now to 1/10. De Tullio is your quickest driver on the track. He's trying to reel in these two of Luke Welcome and Stephen Miller. Miller just sitting back right now. I don't think he's going to be overly aggressive. I think Stephen Miller likes how his kart feels a lot right now. I think Miller loves how it feels. He loves how it feels so much, he says, how's it going to look up in front of this VLR Junior field, or VLR Senior field, apologies, and he takes it to the front of this VLR Senior field. Stephen Miller, I was just about to say, I don't think he's in a rush. I think he's going to sit back. I think he's going to kind of let this race come to him even a little bit more. But Stephen Miller proved I was wrong. He proved I didn't know what I was talking about. Miller, your new race leader, after starting this race outside the top 5 in 6th, Miller gets around Luke Welcome and moves to the top of the charts in turn number 5, the corner they're heading towards right now. Now, does Welcome try the pass right back on him? He does. He looks to the inside. Welcome's there. Welcome goes on through. Welcome back to the top spot here. I want to try to come up with some super clever pun about Luke saying welcome to the lead, but he'd be saying it to himself, and that wouldn't make much sense, now would it? Coming down to the end of this one. VLR Senior, Luke Welcome, Stephen Miller, and Alessandro De Tullio. Now here we go, Miller to the inside in turn number 1. Miller gets him, slides a little wide on corner exit. Welcome goes right back at him in turn number 2. It's a good old-fashioned dogfight here in VLR Senior. De Tullio's right there. Martin back to the inside. Miller takes over the top spot once again, and now Luke Welcome goes back 2 spots. De Tullio from 3rd now up to 2nd. It's Stephen Miller. Miller and Welcome just trading blows back and forth here. And it's allowed De Tullio to crack this top 3 open. He now sits in the middle in 2nd spot. De Tullio took the green flag for this one in 5th position. He was 3rd, now he's 2nd. One driver off over in turn number 1. That's the 935. They've got him picked up. Patricio Gonzalez out of this one. Don't worry, you'll see more of him in the pre-final. Working the last lap before we see 2 to go here, so you can safely assume this is 3 laps to go, 2.5, however you want to slice it. 3 karts find themselves duking it out for the race lead and the heat race victory here in VLR Senior. De Tullio down to the inside in 5. He's through. De Tullio, your new leader. And he brings Luke Welcome with him for a moment. No, the track bends back to the right. Welcome slots back into 3rd. Miller holds on into 2nd. De Tullio out in front where he's been working to get this whole race long. De Tullio, your race leader, as they roll through 10 and 11 down the side straightaway. They'll set up for the run through 12, and they'll see 2 laps remaining here in VLR Senior heat race number 3. De Tullio, Miller, Welcome, and now Steven Eisert. Eisert started this race in the off-pole position, fell back a little bit. We just didn't have a lot to talk about. Now we do. Eisert has rejoined and made this a 4-horse race for the lead. Luke Welcome right in front of him in 3rd. De Tullio, your leader, and Miller trying everything he can. And you know what? De Tullio knows it, because De Tullio starting to get a wee bit aggressive through the tight stuff here. He's not running all the way out to corner exit. Luke Welcome fends off a challenge right there from his front row starting mate, Steven Eisert. Eisert can't get anything happening, and it hurts him a lot more than it helps him. Eisert loses at least 5 or 6 kart lengths to Luke Welcome. Now, here we go. Miller to the inside in 12. Miller pulls the trigger. He's through. Race leading change with the white flag. Miller out in front. 1 to go here at AMR. He brings Luke Welcome with him. De Tullio back to 3rd. It's turned into a 6-7 kart race. Oh, man, they start to run wide in 2. Welcome has problems. De Tullio, Miller, they all start to scatter. Miller up in front. He's going to give way here. Battling for the lead on the last lap. Here they come. The 920 of Alessandro De Tullio. He has survived some craziness in this one here. De Tullio into 12, out of the final corner, and the checkered flag waves, and De Tullio survives a wild one in heat race number 3. Miller 2nd, Eisert 3rd, Lloyd 4th, Persing 5th, Luke Welcome 6th, and again, I always remind you folks, you're watching this, you know it, these results I'm reading to you and you see on the camera, those are unofficial. We saw karts leave the racing surface. We saw some contact. The officials will have a word about it. There's always scales, there's always tech, there's a lot that has to be sorted through. But as they come across the start-finish line, Alessandro De Tullio wins VLR Senior heat race number 3 with Stephen Miller behind him in 2nd.
How loud Tony is?
So as we work our way through the second half of Saturday here at the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex, just outside the Homestead Miami Speedway, it's round number 1 of ROK Cup USA's 2024 Florida Winter Tour. Vortex Engines, Levanto Kart Tires, ROK Cup, and the Skip Barber Racing School, those great partners and many more stepping up to make sure that this Florida Winter Tour looks and sounds and races just as good as it possibly can. Just wrap things up with a wild VLR Senior heat race number 3. That sees Alessandro De Tullio beat the rest of them across the finish line. And now you see a live look at the grid for ROK Mini. ROK Mini, Zanella Racing, our presenting partner here in ROK Mini. Josh Bergman and Benja Fernandez will be your front row here in this one. Valentino Santillan starts third with Maxwell Macha in fourth. Julian Rivera and Lorenzo Verla are fifth and sixth. Dominic Moskalenko, seventh. Nicholas Orbezo, eighth. Colton Scheinberg, ninth. And Marco Fazzari, 10th. Marco Samut will roll off 11th. Geronimo Corral, 12th. Royce Vega, 13th. I was just looking at how things ran last year here at the Florida Winter Tour. Royce Vega's name pops up. All points, if what I'm reading is correctly, which there's a good chance it isn't. Royce Vega finished up in 5th position last year in the end of season Florida Winter Tour points. Vega rolls off 13th in this one. Nico Katowski starts 4th. Geronimo Zualuga, 15th, and Fabian Acevedo completes your 16 kart starting grid here in ROK Mini. Again, thanks to Zanella Racing for stepping up and bringing us the ROK Mini action this season here in the Florida Winter Tour. Angela on the down there on the grid, our ROK Cup USA grid official, our grid stewardess. Doing a good job down there. There's a lot going on the grid these days, folks. Like I said at the top of the broadcast, I'm really happy to be back here. If you're watching for the first time today, my name's Tony Laporta, and I'm super excited and grateful to be back with the Florida Winter Tour. And I did say back because I used to announce the Florida Winter Tour a long time ago, back before Reels and Twitch and all the other wonderful modern advances we have and enjoy today in 2024. I got to call the Florida Winter Tour action back around 2015, 2016. And man, those were great days, awesome racing. But the Florida Winter Tour has always been a fantastic championship. From when it started in the late 90s to now in 2024. I know they just enjoyed, I think, their 25th season last year. And Angela, the young lady you see there working the head of the grid and working with these drivers, that's an integral part to how these weekends go. And they are checking so many things down there. The reason I reference how long it's been since I was last year at the Winter Tour is because so much has changed now with the advent of pushback bumpers, and making sure tires are scanned in and all this stuff. The grid, the folks that work the grid have so much responsibility, and it's not just Angela down there. We've got a couple ROK Cup USA officials, but they're all doing a great job. This is a great staff that Mike Burrell and Robbie Poupart have assembled, and whether it's here, round 1 in January, back here at Homestead in round 2, or when we go to Orlando for round 3 in March, the Florida Winter Tour is always a great time, whether you're watching live online, whether you're here at the track, whether you're on track competing, in the pits working on the karts, whatever. The Florida Winter Tour is a staple of off-season, some people might call it, racing activities. This is the start of the season, if you ask me. The Florida Winter Tour kicks off the season for so many different folks in the karting industry and drivers in other industries and series as well. So it's really cool to be here, and I'm glad you're tuned in and watching and hanging out with us. Josh Bergman and Benja Fernandez, they're excited, and you know why? It's because they're bringing them through turn number 12, and they're the front row. They got a clean racetrack ahead of them. There's Chuck Yoder with the crossed flags up in the air. He points them into their tram lanes. The drivers spread evenly into rows of 2 by 2. The red lights go out, and Bergman trying to get that whole shot. Oh, Fernandez and the pole sitter of Bergman get together, and the front row cleans themselves out on the start. Oh my! ROK Cup Florida Winter Tour, we know drama. The front row has Calamity Strike on the start, and it looks like that allows the 111 of Valentino Santillan to inherit the race lead. Oh my. Well, you know already that the video marshals are going to be diving into that and finding out exactly what will happen, because it's heat race number 3, the last chance for these ROK Mini drivers to earn as few of points as possible to set the starting grid for today's pre-final. The next time we'll see these karts on track. Valentino Santillan, Maxwell Macha, and Julian Rivera are your front 3. 4th and 5th, good battle right there. Colton Scheiningberg and Dominic Moskalenko, 4th and 5th. Moskalenko started 7th, and Scheinenberg started even farther back in 9th. When that front row got together, it affects everything. Everybody who starts behind the front row, it gets affected by a situation like that, and that's exactly what we see here in lap number 2 of ROK Mini, heat race number 3. Again, Zanella Racing, our presenting sponsor here in ROK Mini. So, what happens now? Well, we keep racing. That's what happens. But we're going to see some different names up at the front of the field. And you're going to see Bergman and Fernandez specifically have to deal with some interesting point shakeups. Change for position. Moskalenko, you just saw it there on your monitors, got around Colton Scheiningberg. Check in with your leaders, Santillan in the 111, and he's got Maxwell Macha right behind him. Oh, contact farther back, couple karts get up in the air, just hop up and down. Nobody goes over, all 4 wheels stay on the ground. Boy, the level of intensity in micro and mini racing these days is just as high as any senior or junior category you're ever going to see. I can promise you that. The leaders make their way out of 9 through 10 and now set up for 11. The 174 of Maxwell Macha has got some speed. He was a 52.44 last time by. He's chasing Valentino Santillan, a 52.72. Again, Macha goes even quicker than the race leader. Now Macha's the quickest kart on the track, a 52.09. Here they come. It covered. They make their way out of 4, down into 5. Macha not close enough, not yet. Leaders making their way through the infield here. What is Macha going to do? Sitting back, trying to make sure he can set up Santillan. Down straight away. Macha, and they come out of 4. They set up for the run down into 5. The race leaders into 6, now into the double right-handers, 7 and 8. This is good stuff here. We're going to look around and make sure nothing else is getting too crazy, but this race for the lead is obviously an important one. Macha, happy to be where he's at in the second position after taking the green flag for this one in 4th. Man, Santillan has just kept the pace right where it needs to be. And you know, you don't know what the guy in second's thinking. Okay, is Macha aware? He's very aware. We know he's aware of the time left in the race. The display at the start-finish line is such a useful tool. I love that the drivers get to know exactly the time left in the race. That's something, you know, we didn't even have with a lap count a couple of years ago. Because these races are timed, just like if it were a 10-lap race, you don't always know how many laps are left. You get lost. You kind of get into the middle of things. Side-by-side contact right there. The 192 of Nico Katowski, and maybe that was the 164 of Lorenzo Varela. Very close racing right there. Cool shot right here as they come out of turn number 12. We pick back up with our leaders. Geronimo Corral now 188. This is the fight for, let's call it 9th, 10th, 8th. A couple carts trying to make their way up the leaderboard here. First and second, all by themselves on an island. Third is alone. Fourth, fifth. Good fight here for 6th and 7th. Change in position right there as the 192 of Kotowski moves around Marco Fazzari. Looking out the window here as well as what we're showing on the monitors. I love it. Santillan taps the side, the back of his helmet. That's kind of universal, the sign of, hey, let's work together, push me. But I don't think that Mach is going to feel that way because, one, they've got a massive gap, 3.6 seconds from this battle you're watching right here, back to third place, Julian Rivera. And, heck, if you're Macha, you're thinking, I don't want to push you. We've got room. I'm going to go after you here, and I think that's exactly what you're about to see. 2 to go at the line. Drivers see the rolled up white and checkered flag indicating 2 laps remaining. When they get back, the unfurled white flag lets them know 1 lap remaining in the race. The 111, Santillan. The 174, Macha. When does Macha decide to pull the trigger, and will he even get close enough to do that? Santillan last time by a 51.97, but Macha just a tiny bit quicker at 51.94. Through the infield one more time. Man, Macha had a good run right there as they headed for the 2 right-handers, turns 7 and 8. He's all over Santillan. Sometimes when they're this close to each other, 2 carts, 2 drivers, you can really see who's a little bit better on the top end, who's a little bit better on the bottom end. Macha wants to be better everywhere. He wants to be out in front, and that's exactly where he goes. Macha takes over the lead as the white flag flies. Santillan, he's not over. He's not done. He's not over with it. He's going to try everything he can. He's going to stay right in the tire tracks, the 174. Macha defends down into the hairpin, turn number 4, as they make their way into the hairpin for the final time. Now they head to the inside part of the track, the tight, the twisty, the technical. Macha defends. That's what he's got to do. Santillan's going to have to find another way around. It's not going to be the inside, not there at least. Through the right-handers, 7 and 8. Santillan has led for a good portion of this race, but now it's Maxwell Macha's race to lose. Into the final 3 corners. Macha does a great job at opening up a big gap. I say big, it's really about 2 cart lengths, but it's big by these drivers' standards. He gets down to the inside and cuts off any run that Santillan would have had. Maxwell Macha wins heat race number 3 here in ROK Mini action. Man, Maxwell Macha picked the right time to make that move, and it pays off as Macha is your Heat 3 winner. Santillan ends up in 2nd. Julian Rivera 3rd after starting 5th. Lorenzo Varela 4th. Where'd Varela start? 6th position for Lorenzo. And Marco Fazzari ends up in 5th after starting 10th. So definitely a good little march right there for Fazzari as he's able to pick up quite a few positions and go +5 on the field. It's a impressive run for the driver of the 106. The rest of the top 10 looks like this. Dominic Moskalenko in 6th. Nicholas Orbezo 7th. Josh Bergman, wow, your pole sitter who gets involved in the lap 1, turn 1 incident, rebounds to finish 8th. That's definitely not where he wanted to finish, but that's a huge rebound for him. Talk about mitigating loss. Talk about limiting damage. That's exactly what Bergman did. And Benja Fernandez followed him right up back to the front, or at least to the middle of the pack. Fernandez and Bergman started right next to each other on the front row, and they finish 8th and 9th. Isn't that funny? Bergman in 8th, Fernandez in 9th, and Katowski your top 10. Cool shot right there. Isn't that cool looking of the ROK Mini drivers at the scale line? The 111 of Santillan and the 174 of Macha. Santillan's the first cart to the scale line. Not uncommon for these drivers to pass each other during the cooldown lap, and you can just kind of tell by the body language and the head shaking that, you know, Santillan wasn't super happy with how that one ended, but that's what's so cool about the kids this age when they understand how competitive and how important these results are. They're not happy with second. They're not happy with third, and you know, they treat this like a very important event, because it is. It is. Round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour sets you up for the rest of this very short 3-month season. We'll be done in March before you know it, and these kids know that every single time they're on track is an opportunity to gain or lose. Definitely don't want to lose, but it's an opportunity to gain or lose points. ROK Mini is done. Next time we see them on track will be for their pre-final. Now it's time for ROK Shifter Masters. ROK Shifter Masters brought to you by VTM. VTM, your presenting sponsor from ROK Shifter Masters. Jose Montalto, your pole sitter with Scott Presti, are right next to him on the outside. Rondette and Mardon start 3rd and 4th. Gautier and Von Tak make up row 3. Vassallo and Matthews 7th and 8th. Breinstein, Quinones, Choquette, and Rodriguez with Legrand complete the starting order. Shaggy tosses it to the lights. 3 red lights will come on to the driver's right, and when they go out, we go racing. Montalto, Presti, the front row, and I don't know if that was Rondette. Somebody left a little early right there, but gets it squared back up, and we go racing. This is ROK Shifter Masters, heat race number 3. Montalto and Presti, your front row. They come out of turn number 4, work their way down into turn number 5. Montalto and Presti lead them. So I'm not positive who that was that kicked out. I don't know if it was the inside of row 2 or the inside of row 3 that we saw jump out, 3rd or 5th. Luis, it could have been Gautier. I don't think it was though. But it didn't alter the front row starters. So whoever jumped out early there was able to kind of wrangle it back up and get stopped. So the front row was able to launch cleanly and safely. Lap 1 in the books. Montalto and Presti down front. Mardon in 3rd, and Frank the Tank Vassallo, he told me to call him that. He's 4th, and then Morn Von Tak, your top 5. Here in ROK Shifter Masters, you get to see the versatility of the ROK Shifter program, and again, like we say with the Masters, they're not necessarily older, they're just a little bit more seasoned. And whether it's the lap times or the close side-by-side racing, you realize that these guys are driving at the absolute peak of what you can expect at an event like this, the Florida Winter Tour. Doesn't matter if it's the Masters, doesn't matter if it's the Seniors. These guys, these girls, these drivers put on great races every single time they go out on track. 568 of Morn Von Tak going after the 508 of Vassallo. Side-by-side race right there. Is that those two changing positions? It very well may be. Frank the Tank Vassallo in 508 found himself in quite a few hot spots in the second heat race, the one we ran earlier this morning. Remember, qualifying in Heat 1 were ran yesterday. Heat 2 was run this morning, and this is live coverage of Heat number 3 in all of our categories here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Mardon, Vassallo, Von Tak, and Gautier. Ronde, Corey Matthews, Breinstein, Quinones, Choquette, and Rodriguez. And these Masters guys, these ROK Shifters, they are just flying down the front straightaway. Hopefully you're able to hear it through our on-track camera audio. It's just the ripping of these gears. Just bah, bah, bah. They go screaming from turn 12 down this long front straightaway, which I'm sure when you're behind the wheel of one of these ROK Shifters doesn't feel like that long straightaway. It's crazy how fast these guys are moving. It's really cool. Right now we're a little bit strung out, but man, when they're side by side, they're right next to each other, they're nose to tail. It's pretty crazy stuff to see. Of course, you know, if you're Jose Montalto, you don't really want all that. You want what you've got right here. Montalto out in front by 1.6 seconds, and he's not really taking the whole let's just take it easy, I got a big lead, let's save the equipment strategy. That's not him. He's not about that, okay? He's out in front. He's laying down purple laps. 47.09, 47.09 seconds last time by for Montalto. Presti, Scott Presti, that is, in second, of 47.45. So it's not like he's off by a mile, but he's off by enough. And that clean track is just really helping Montalto here. He's led every lap of this one to this point. Mardan is in third. Gautier and Von Tak, your top five. Oh, no, that's Von Tak. No, that's Rondet and Vassallo, I believe. Yeah, that's Vassallo and the 526 of Rondet. Rondet was trying to make a pass for position down on the entry to turn number 5. And that did not go the way. We were trying to lock down that battle before I got into talking about it. And right when we caught him is when disaster struck right there. Nicolas Rondet. He's going to fall quite a few positions here. Yep, all the way back down to 12th after contact there with Frank Vassallo. Those guys were racing for 5th and 6th on the track, and they're going to fall all the way outside of the top 10. And there's not a lot of time left here in this one. Daniel Breinstein and Corey Matthews is who we're watching right now, or we just cut away from. Breinstein and Matthews, they are fighting for 6th position on the track. Scott Presti goes purple, 46.77. Presti doing a good job right now, actually, of cutting into race leader Jose Montalto's lead. Montalto has lost nearly a full second of his lead. It's down to 9/10 right now. Well, and that's been made possible by Presti going purple, 46.77. Wow, to Montalto's 47.33. That's a pretty big swing in lap speed right there. There's your leaders as they're coming out of the infield through 9, 10, now out of 11. 508, I'm sorry, the 580 of Montalto. Flicks off another one. Let's see, can Presti improve again? No, he levels off at a 47.24. It's a little bit slower than Montalto's last lap. So maybe what happened was Montalto might have just had a kind of a bobble there back on lap number 7. And it was aided by the fact that, you know, Presti was super quick that lap. So sometimes you'll have those where maybe the leader stumbles on a given lap, and on that same lap, the guys chasing him have just a lights out, great, really good lap. And you can see a lead shrink really quickly like that. But then give it another lap, and you see what we've got here. That lead goes back from 9/10 to over 1.1 seconds. And that's just kind of like a perfect storm of weird conditions that all hit at the same time. As Montalto takes them into turn 4, and now it sets up for turn 5. Scott Presti in second. He's your quickest card on the track overall. It's been a lap or two now since he laid down that 46.77. Leaders come up out of 8 and 9 for the double left-handers. And coming into turns 5 right now, we got a good battle here through 5 and 6 into the infield, the double right-handers. 7 and 8. Now they're going to come up out of 8 towards the top of the track in 9 and 10. Looks like about a 3 or 2 car battle. Now down the side straight. Checking and see exactly what we're watching right here. Pass for position as the 521 of Quinones goes around the 503 of, is that Rodriguez? No, that was the 515 of Corey Matthews, I believe. Yep, indeed. That was the 521 of Quinones getting around the 515 of Corey Matthews. So Quinones is going to move from 8th to 7th when we come back across the start-finish line here. Less than half a minute remaining here. The leaders are at the line and flying on by. So they'll see 2 to go when they get back to the starter stand. Hey, and Matthews is not done yet with Quinones. Matthews trying to find a way back around to the 7th position here. Matthews looks to the inside over in turn number 4. Can't get it done. Quinones continues to hold the spot. Quinones leaves the door open down in 5. No, Matthews still not close enough. 2 to go. Rolled up white and checkered flag shown right there to your race leader Montalto. Montalto picked up the pole in qualifying. Was super fast in the heat race this morning, round number 2. And boy, he has not missed a beat. Every time these carts come off track and they go back to the pit area, drivers and teams will work on adjusting everything from chassis to engine to driving style even. Hey, you need to do this differently. You need to enter here. You need to brake here. You need to accelerate here. And that stuff changes every single time they come on and off the track. And that's the key, right, is keeping up with the track, keeping up with the competition, and not letting things get away from you. Montalto certainly hasn't had that problem, at least not yet. White flag waves, 1 to go. And the lead stays right there at 1.1 seconds. It's been dancing, hovering, kind of floating right around 1 second for Montalto and Presti. Lorenzo Mardan. Sits in 3rd. Gaudier 4th, Morin Van Tak 5th, and there's just not a lot of moving and shaking going on in this one. Less than half a lap to go. There you see Montalto coming down to us one final time here. Heat race number 3 is going to go to the driver, the 580. Checkered flag waves. Montalto is your winner. Once again, we're in ROK Shifter Masters. Heat race number 3 goes to the 580. Scott Presti hung with him as best he could. Finishes 2nd in the 588. Lorenzo Mardan 3rd. Luis Gaudier 4th. And Morin Van Tak 5th. ROK Shifter Masters heat race action now complete. ROK Shifter Masters brought to you by VTM. VTM, the presenting sponsors of ROK Shifter Masters. We got a little bit of 100cc racing here today. We got a little bit of 6-speed shifter racing. We got some micros. We got some minis. We got some 125cc juniors, seniors as well. All of that variety still to come as we wrap up with the ROK Shifter Masters heat race number 3. on track as the hits just keep on coming here. ROK Shifter Masters wraps up Jose Montalto, your victor there. Now we're ready to go with ROK Micro, heat race number 3. ROK Micro brought to you by You Race. You race, I race, I don't race, I talk. You race. ROK Micro getting ready to race on track right now. Zane Burgess, Bernardo Guber, the front row, Matias Dominguez and Miguel Suarez. Row number 2, Santiago Orioli, Camelia Kanashi, Nico Salazar, Brody Stoffel, Mauro Nario, and Jaden Francisco, the top 10, as this 30-plus kart grid comes to the green flag. And the lights go out and we're racing. Big dust up over in turn number 1. 5, 6, 7, 8 karts, maybe more, all involved. It's a parking lot over in turn number 1. We'll get you some names and numbers there as to who was involved in all of that, but it's an absolute mess over in turn number 1. Oh boy, I have a bad feeling your second place starter, Bernardo Guber, was involved. It looked like that outside row, just twice now we've seen that outside row try to really force the issue down into turn number 1, and I mean, you can't blame them. That's what you got to do. You're trying to get positions every chance you can, right? But that corner down there, I walked the track Thursday night, and it gets so much more narrow than you can even imagine. Yellow lights are not flashing. They've got everything cleaned up down there. Jacob Kohler. Wow, I am super sorry. I am completely off on that. I had Micro in front of me. This is ROK GP Pro winner. My apologies. Jacob Kohler and Stephen Miller were your front row. Kohler is now out in front. Apologies for that. I just had the wrong grid sheet up in front of me. This is GP Pro ROK out on track right now. This class brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Jacob Kohler, you know, it's the same story. What happened over there on the front row on the start heat race action here, heat race number 3. Outside line, still tried to get something going on there, and it didn't work clearly. A bunch of drivers get knocked out of this one. Blake Nash up to 3rd. And we're starting this race in 6th. Obviously, Blake, one of the few beneficiaries on what happened over there. He was able to kind of sort his way through and aboard that 314. There's a good shot of him right there. Nash trying to keep Harley Keeble, Santiago Fernandez, and a few others behind him. Now Nash is going to give up one spot in turn number 5. Harley Keeble was able to pick up the spot on Blake Nash right there and get back out in front. That's the spot for the 3rd position. So Keeble, who was a big part of the Heat Race 1 action on Friday night, just yesterday evening, Keeble now sits 3rd. Jacob Kohler, who's been just dominant so far, out in front, continuing domination here. Again, I really apologize for giving you guys the starting lineup to ROK Micro and this GP Pro out on track. The start to that one was wild, to say the least. Couple drivers that got bumped back to the very back on that accident over in the first corner. Alessandro De Tullio, one of the big heavy hitters, got knocked all the way back there. De Tullio started this race in 11th, but now he's currently scored outside the top 20. Issues in that start obviously kept him from continuing. He scored 24th and way behind, not able to continue. So De Tullio, one of the big losers after that incident over in turn number 1. Harley Keeble in the 311. And Santiago Fernandez. Fernandez in the 399, Harley Keeble, Frankie Mossman. .8 seconds is the gap from Kohler back to 2nd. Harley Keeble, Frankie Mossman, and Blake Nash. Nash with that really strong start after the contact up at the front of the field. You know, they roll through turn 5 into 6, 7, and 8. One card slow in front of the rest of the field. Who's that? The 370, or no, the 311. That's Harley Keeble. Keeble with trouble. Keeble pounding the steering wheel. Keeble was second on track. Keeble trying to figure out what's wrong with that 311. Very slow on the inside of the track through 10 and 11. Maybe has got it sorted out. No, Keeble done. Hits the scale line. Keeble retires from the second position on track. Harley Keeble's third and final heat race done very early. Big loss for Harley Keeble. A big loss for Keeble is a big gain for Mossman, Nash, and Fernandez. They all move up one position higher and one position closer to Jacob Kolar. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. It's not too crazy right now for the second position, but third on back, that could really get dicier in just a moment's notice. Mossman in the 300 streaks across the start-finish line. Third is the 314 of Blake Nash. Santiago Fernandez is fourth, and Loney, Joseph Loney, completes your top 5. Loney started this race in 9th position, doing a great job keeping his nose clean and getting up a little bit closer to the front. That second, third, fourth, and fifth pack makes their way out of the hairpin in turn number 4 through the right-hander turn 5 and now into the infield once again. And with all that confusion on whether this was Micro or ROK GP Pro and all the attrition we've already had in this one, a bunch of this race has flown by inside of 3 minutes to go. Mossman doing a good job. Kolar doing an even better one. 46.26. Kolar way out in front. The lead nearly 4 full seconds, thanks to a purple lap time of 46.26 for Kolar. Look at this right here. A little bit of action going on right into the infield. That's the battle for 4th position. We'll see exactly what they're thinking here. The 399 of Fernandez, the 321 of Joseph Loney. Loney took a look as they came into the infield just a few corners ago. Loney, good shot right there, the 321. He had a shot there for just a moment, but Fernandez was able to really kind of get things sorted out and put some distance between his 399 and Loney's 321 machine. Loney's coming back to the infield here where he was strong 1 lap ago. Let's see if he can try to catch Fernandez sleeping. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Fernandez knows that he's definitely under attack right now, so Fernandez is going to be right up on it, and that's pretty much exactly what we see right now. Joseph Loney not losing but not taking much ground. Things stay pretty even. That's the fight for, 4th position on your monitor right now. Look at the rest of the top 10. Ricardo Dominguez is 6th. Christian Garduno, 7th. Noah Jackson, Gennaro Trappa, and Stephen Miller, your top 10. Miller, another guy running multi-classes. We've seen, we've heard, we've talked a lot about him so far on this Saturday. ROK Cup, Florida Winter Tour, round number 1. Checking in here with the battle for 8th position, Christian Garduno and Gennaro Trappa in the 360 and the 348. This is the fight for 8th, 9th, and right behind them is the 377 of Stephen Miller in that Nash Motorsports 377. And they're trying to reel in the 344 of Ricardo Dominguez. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th all on your screen right now. Good 4-cart log jam. Oh boy, here we go. Garduno took a look. Trappa right there, and the Nash Motorsports driver gets 2 for the price of 1. Move Miller from 10th up to 8th. The 344 of Dominguez looks over his left shoulder. He might get on the loud pedal here because there's a storm brewing right behind him. Stephen Miller goes 10th, 9th, 8th in just a matter of corners. Miller up a few positions. And it doesn't look like it's over yet. That's Miller getting around the 344 of Dominguez. So Stephen Miller, 10th, 9th, 8th. Now it looks like up to 7th. The white flag is going to wave right here for your leader, Kohler. Back and forth racing, the 316 of Christian Garduno and Gennaro Trappa trading the 9th position here a few more times. The white flag is in the air. 1 lap to go as your leader is already in and out of turns number 1 and 2. 346 of Kohler out of 5, rolling through 6 and now into the infield for the final time here in heat race action. The 346 is up, making their way around turns 9, 10, and now out of 11. Kohler going to come out of turn number 12 and see the checkered flag waving. Kohler goes back-to-back here on Saturday in heat race action. Kohler wins GP Pro, heat race number 3. GP Pro brought to you by RPG, the Rollison Performance Group, your presenting sponsor of heat race number 3. Frankie Mossman just kind of chilled out and hung in second most of that race. Mossman ends up second. Blake Nash drives to third after starting in 6th. Good run there. As we've got one in the barriers over here on the exit of turn number 12. You can hear that sliding and the sound of thunder. The 333 is the driver facing the wrong way, Julian Ramos. Good pickup there. And you can just see how much shredded tire rubber is over there off the edge of the track. That's the kind of grip these drivers are dealing with here today. Kohler's your winner. Frankie Mossman second, Blake Nash third, Santiago Fernandez fourth, Joseph Lowney completes the top 5. Then it's Noah Jackson 6th, Stephen Miller 7th after making a really impressive late race charge. Miller got collected in all that mess on the start of the heat race, and he drives back to finish 7th. Garduno 8th, Ramos 9th, and Gennaro Trappa your top 10.
What class was that?
All right, well, now, because I was one race ahead of myself just a moment ago here, and I brought you the ROK Micro starting lineup, you're probably thinking to yourself, Tony, didn't those look like a little big to be ROK Micros? And you're right, they absolutely did look too big, but I was glued to my grid sheet and not really paying attention, wanted to get a starting lineup out, and I was wrong on that, folks, and I sure am sorry. ROK Senior, great race right there. Jacob Kohler, Frankie Mossman, Stephen Miller making moves, not faking moves. That was really fun to watch. Now, let's talk about ROK Micro. What do you say? as these drivers are on the grid getting ready to roll out here shortly. Angela lets them know we're inside of 1 minute, and the signal's given. You race. The ROK Micros making their way out onto the track. Now everything looks a little bit more like it makes sense. Trouble here maybe for the 35. The driver of the 35 not getting rolling here as quickly as the rest of the pack. Murillo Dominguez comes to a stop at the end of the grid, so Dominguez with trouble. Just like we saw at the start of the VLR, I think it was the VLR Junior race possibly, we had a driver not get away from the grid, and that kind of jumbled up the start. But nevertheless, we'll work our way around the track here for this outlap, and then we will go green flag racing, this time by Zane Burgess and Bernardo Guber. The front row, Matias Dominguez, Miguel Suarez. Row number 2, I know you're thinking, I've already heard this, Tony. Well, this time it's the right class, and this is the right grid. One driver does a half spin right there, coming out of turn number 9. Cart number 8, Mateo Gomez. Boy, this one's already a little hairy before we even see the lights go out. Zane Burgess and Bernardo Guber, your front row here. They're going to bring him down. Burgess drove a great race in heat race number 2, which we saw earlier this morning. Burgess in the 55, Guber in the number 1. Side by side into the tram lanes. The revs starting to come up. Burgess, Guber, who's going to lead him through and out of turn number 1. Little bit of bumping and grinding and scattering as they come out of turn number 1, but everybody looks like they make it through. So the 55 of Zane Burgess survives that, I don't want to say it was a crazy start, but there was a little bit going on behind him right there. 3 wide for a moment right there, getting in to turn number 6. That quick left-handed kind of kink, that dog leg that gets you started in the infield section here at AMR, Homestead Miami Motorplex. And once this race gets sorted out here a little bit and we know who's where, you know, got to talk about how good this Homestead Miami kart track looks these days. They've done a great job with this place, and I can say that because I was here a long time ago, and it definitely never looked bad. This has always been a great venue to come to, but it looks even better these days. The 55 and the 16, Santiago Orioli. If you remember, Orioli in that corner right there, turn number 4, at the start of the last heat race, had trouble, just like this driver's having, the 5-0. Trouble for Thomas Dew. Thomas Dew in the 5-0. That's on the exit of turn number 1 before they can get into corner number 2. Thomas Dew getting up and out of his cart. Whoa, big issue right there on the exit of turn number 4. We've got him parked. 5, 6 go-karts, the 36, the 46. One driver sitting on the top, straddling the curb. That's cart number 8. That's one of the drivers that had trouble during the outlap. Mateo Gomez in the 8 has got his cart straddling that exit curbing on the outside of turn number 4. They need to get that cleaned up because the leaders are already in 2 and 3. They've still got carts sitting over there, yellow flags waving, and the leaders drive through an absolute minefield as we've got drivers sitting stationary in their carts, the 55 of Burgess and the 16 of Orioli. Wow, turn number 4 here in Micro today has just been Calamity Corner. I was talking about it a moment ago. Orioli was leading in heat race number 2 this morning when he got when he had contact from behind that took him out of contention for that heat race lead, that heat race win earlier this morning in race number 2. So to see Orioli doing as well as he is right now, that's great. Having a bit of a rebound after things went sideways on him earlier in heat race number 2. Zane Burgess, things aren't too sideways right now for the driver of the number 55. He finished second in heat race number 2 just a little while ago. Now he's leading He's doing a good job of it, too. He's starting to pull away from Orioli. And, again, this is a day of karting unlike one I've seen in a very long time, because so rarely do you see lap traffic become a part of these short heat races. And when you have stack-ups in turn 1 and incidents a little bit later, like we've had in turn number 4, and karts get restarted and they get going, sometimes you have drivers not off the pace necessarily, but just a little bit farther back. One around in turn number 2. We got one around. It's facing the wrong direction right there. Yellow flags are out. It's the driver, the number 46. Going to get that thing pointed around and in the right direction. Franco Schiavo. Boy, oh boy. Hold on to your hat here in micro. You might lose it. You might lose it just watching. The 25 and the 29 here. Let's see that battle. That's for 6th and 7th. The 25 of Win Gottschalk and the 29 of Brody Stoffel. That was a fight we were just watching a moment ago. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd come across the line. 4th, 5th, and 6th right there. Win Gottschalk and Brody Stoffel. Let's watch them for a moment. Pick them up as they come out of turn number 3 and towards the hairpin. Coming back into the infield. Win Gottschalk. Boy, under assault right now from Brody Stoffel. Stoffel trying to bring the fight here. This is good stuff just for 6th and 7th. Where did these drivers start this thing out at? Man. Craziness in this heat race. Brody Stoffel in the 29. Running 7th. Stoffel started in 8th, so that's not that crazy. He's right near where he started. But Win Gottschalk is up from 12th. So a little bit of moving and shaking here as these drivers fight to get inside the top 5. They're comfortably inside the top 10. They want to improve their position and get inside the top 5. The higher you finish, the less points you earn. The less points you earn, the better you roll off for your pre-final later this afternoon. 1 minute remaining in this one, and then once that clock hits 0, these drivers will see 2 laps remaining. What was an 8-minute heat race plus 2 laps was shortened to 7 minutes early this morning. No one particular thing affected that. I think it was just with the size of some of these fields and stuff we've got going on and wanting to get through here quickly, but give everybody as much racing as they can. We decided to cut 1 minute off and go 7 minutes plus 2 laps. And that's what we've got left here in micro heat race number 3. A third kart has joined this fight. That looks like the number 4 of Cooper Lopez. No, actually, it's the number 28 of Nico Salazar. Nico Salazar reels right up on the back bumper of the 29 there of Brody Stoffel. Salazar, the third kart in that train. Stoffel, the middle kart. Stoffel down to the inside in the middle of the 2 right-handers, and he's going to go on through. Stoffel and Bernardo Guber. Guber has slipped back into this fight. Win Gottschalk, Brody Stoffel, Salazar. Guber, I don't know how he got back in all of this, but Guber started this race on the off-pole position outside row number 1. And now, as this thing comes to a close, Guber finds himself just trying to survive and stay inside the top 5. The 1 is the kart in the middle right there of Bernardo Guber. The Guber not able to keep up. And now he's going to lose another position to Brody Stoffel in the 29. Stoffel, great images here, show you the quick assault that is micro racing and the quick assault that Guber finds himself underneath. White flag, 1 to go. Our leader, Zane Burgess in the 55, just seeing the white flag. Oh no, contact on the front straightaway. It looks like karts trying to make their way around lap traffic, I believe. the lapper began to move out of the way. Still the race we're watching, though, is this one for 5th position. Win Gottschalk in the 25, Brody Stoffel. That's what we started talking about quite a few laps ago. And somehow Bernardo Goubert landed in the middle of all this. The 29 of Stoffel going right after Gottschalk. The checkered flag is set to come out. Here comes Goubert right back into the middle of all this. Checkered flag waves. Burgess is your winner. We're watching this fight for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Orioli's second. No, he gets nipped at the line by Suarez. Suarez second. Orioli third. And here comes the race we've been watching. Gottschalk, Goubert, and Stoffel with Salazar in 8th. Nakawati 9th and Beckrell in 10th. Kart number 4 with issues in the final corner. That's Cooper Lopez. Cooper didn't see what caused Cooper Lopez to be facing the wrong way, but gets it gathered back up and going the right way. Boy, oh boy, ROK Micro. Brought to you by You Race. You Race, you bet that was a good race. Zane Burgess stays out in front after starting on the pole position and scores the win here in heat race number 3.
Like a mile. Like 5 miles. Honestly, it's night and day with the cloud show on 5. locked it in real quick while I run here. No, it's Ryan upstairs. Bristol, man, I love you so. Fired up.
That's not it.
So, this is not a good one for you to use on. This is what he can call it.
All right, folks, welcome back. We took a little water break right there. There was also 7 go-karts to pick up during that break between the last heat race and this one. If you're watching live right now, well, I mean, of course you're watching live. You're with us. So thanks a bunch for tuning in. This is ROK Cup USA's maiden voyage at producing their own in-house broadcast here for any ROK Cup USA event and the Florida Winter Tour. Well, that's a heck of a place to kick it off, and so we sure do appreciate all of you tuning in and watching. If you're enjoying the broadcast, don't forget to share the YouTube link, of course, as always, to be that YouTuber. Like, click, and subscribe, or whatever smash that like button as we try to get this ROK Cup USA YouTube page as much exposure as possible, because we want people to enjoy this racing just like we and all of you are as well. It's ROK Cup Junior coming up next. Orsilon Racing bringing you the action here in ROK Cup Junior. Diego Ordiles and Sebastian Garzon have just been going back and forth, racing with each other here a bunch this weekend already. Garzon holds tight on the outside, but it's going to be Ardiles making the inside work. He gets the whole shot, and it looks like he's going to bring an RPG teammate of his along for the ride. Everybody gets through and survives the opening start, the opening corner. We're off and rolling here. Garzon gets shuffled back to third, and everybody, man, 2 wide, 3 wide at points coming in and out of that hairpin, turn number, it's not really a hairpin, but that quick right-hander, turn number 5. Here they go, leaders out of the infield, working their way around, 9, 10, and now 11. ROK Cup Junior Heat Race number 3 on track. Diego Ardiles, your pole sitter. Whoa, a little bit of side-by-side racing right there as Garzon and Chase Gassault Lee and Garzon side-by-side for a moment right there in the final corner, going right next to each other, door to door if these go-karts had doors, which they don't. Garzon makes a move to the inside in turn number 4, the hairpin at the top of the track. Move Garzon around Amador Martinez Sainz, and Garzon picks up the second position. Ardiles and Garzon, man, these two, they're everywhere. You're talking about them all the time. Very fast young drivers, good teams, great karts. The 242 throws it down to the inside, and that's going to open up the door for some 3-wide drag racing down the side straightaway. Look at that. They all sort themselves out and keep it going in the right direction. 242, and the rest of that group gets it all sorted out. The 242 that we saw some big moves out of. Major Makovskis, I was getting that name wrong earlier on in the broadcast. Apologize for that. Thanks to his team for stopping by. Major Makovskis, letting me know, and letting them know. The 242, we pick him up again right there, coming out of the infield. Major runs in the 10th position. Mateus Ramalho, the 218 right up in front. Oh, a little bit of bumping and shoving and moving as one driver gets just straight up rooted out of his position down the side straightaway. Looking for a number on that one. Might have been, could that have been Jonah Wilson in the 296? See him losing 4 positions as they came out at turn 11 down that side straightaway that leads you onto the front stretch here. .296, watching this battle right here. Jonah Wilson, Junhao Chang, Jose Shermer. Here we go, fight for the lead, starting to pick up now. Ardiles and Garzon, whether it's VLR Junior, ROK GP Junior, these two seem to always find each other. And Ardiles picked up the pole position in qualifying, so that's where he gets to start all these GP Junior races, these heat races at least. Garzon, the driver right behind him, he got the pole in VLR Junior, and Ardiles was second. So GP Junior, ROK GP Junior, and ROK VLR Junior, it's just been a flip-flop. Ardiles gets the pole here in GP Junior, starts out in the lead. Garzon got the pole in VLR Junior, would start those races with the lead. They have both been right there with each other, and it's proven for some very close and entertaining racing here as we work just past the halfway point, it looks like here, or right at it at least, in ROK GP Junior or Salon Racing. A little bit of dust getting kicked up, just like your favorite Luke Bryan song, as the 209 slides a little wide. That's Amador Martinez Sainz. He's going to go from third back to 5th, as it looks like Gassault Lee and Bradley are going to go +2 or +1 each And I think you're going to see Martinez Sainz drop back. That's exactly what happens. Some kids watching this broadcast right now are like, who is Luke Bryan? I'm with you. Our D-Less's lead has grown just a little bit over Garzon. It's gone from 0.2 to just about 0.4 of a second, nearly 0.4 of a second. Man, our D-Less's lead just continues to get bigger and bigger here. And you can see it little by little. It's 0.5 of a second, a full half second right now. But the gap visibly gets bigger every time we seem to check back in on them. There they go, out of 9 through 10. And our D-Less has just got that cart working, right? And so does Garzon. But as I said earlier in the Shifter Masters heat race, every time these carts come off the track, they're going back to their pit area and they're working on the chassis, they're working on the engine, they're working on the driver, okay? 3 things make these carts go around the track: the chassis, the engine, and the driver. And in between sessions, to keep up with the changing track conditions, to keep up with the pace of the field, mechanics, tuners, driver coaches, they're all doing work. And these drivers are getting instruction. They're working on things on the chassis, from axle stiffness to ride height to front width. There's so many things you can adjust. The engines are getting worked on. Gearing can be changed. Carburetor settings. So much goes in to every single time these carts go out on track. That's just the cool level of sophistication this kind of karting has gotten to. You're really operating at the very top end of this form of motorsports when you're at this level. Chase Gasol-Lee, Sarah Bradley, and Martinez Sainz fly through turns 1 and 2. That's 3rd, 4th, and 5th on your monitors right now. They work out of turn number 3 up the hill that isn't really a hill into turn number 4. Martinez Sainz trying to keep up with this pack, but Sarah Bradley in the 258 and Chase Gasol-Lee in the 211 are starting to walk away. Gasol-Lee in the 211, Bradley in the 258. They run 3rd and 4th. This is the last heat race for these ROK GP Junior drivers, or Salon Racing. Bringing them to you here. 1 minute to go here in their 3rd and final heat race. Our D-Less's lead has grown now to 8.5 of a second over Garzon. And they're not the only 2 drivers, of course, that are running double duty here this weekend, but it's so incredible to think about the different driving styles and just the requirements that are needed to be fast in each one of these very different go-karts. The VLR Junior, it's a 100cc single-speed air-cooled power plant. These, the ROK GP Juniors, it's a 125cc water-cooled single-speed power plant. And yeah, it's not the difference between a shifter and a Briggs, mind you, but you drive these 2 carts very differently. And momentum is key, especially in VLR, but it's also very, very important here in ROK GP Junior, ROK GP Senior. Keeping your RPMs up, paramount importance. Making sure the chassis sticks and goes where you want it to go, but also is free enough to get power to that rear axle and get you around these corners. The more grip that gets laid down, darker and darker that section gets between turns 7 and 8, and that's a great example. Maybe later on we'll have to just shoot that section of the track and show you guys. It gets so dark right there, and the main reason is because those corners are so close to each other, the drivers never completely unwind the steering wheel. They are always putting lateral force into that tire as they roll through turns 7 and 8, which is going to increase wear. Because of an increased load on the tire, more and more rubber is getting put down, and it is just I mean, everywhere that these karts are making turns, you're seeing it get really, really dark, really, really grippy, really, really rubbered up. But 7 and 8, where we're going to see these drivers head in just a moment, you can really notice it a lot right there. That's the section we're talking about right there. Nathan Dupuis is rolling up on the back bumper of Amador Martinez Sainz. The 241, good shot right there, as Dupuis is trying to crack the top 5, and he's going to have to get around Martinez Sainz. The white flag is flown. 1 lap left here, and goodness gracious, Diego Ardiles, 1.8 seconds the deficit back to Sebastian Garzon. Ardiles just out for a Sunday drive, but psych, it's Saturday. It's not a Sunday drive if it's a Saturday, now is it? White flag is in the air. And is that Sarah Bradley? Yes, it is. She is trying to find her way around the 211 of Gasoli. Not sure if Bradley's going to have enough time. Checkered flag up in the air. Diego Ardiles is your winner here in heat race number 3 for ROK Junior. Sebastian Garzon comes home in second, nearly 2 seconds back. Gasoli holds off the young Sarah Bradley for 4th position. Amador Martinez Sainz is 5th after Nathan Dupuis gave it all that he had to finish 6th. Oliver Marak, 7th. The 299 of Oliver Makovskis. I want to make sure I get that right. Makovskis finishes 8th. Pierce Wade 9th. And Marco Romero, the top 10. Diego Ardiles with another win. And another great race with Sebastian Garzon. ROK Junior heat racing is in the books. We get ready for our next on-track action, which we're just moving through these heat races so quickly, folks. We're almost wrapped up here with ROK Junior. That leaves us 2 heat races left to go. Only 2 heat races left on the schedule. You're looking at the first of those 2, VLR Masters, up next. So here we go, second to last heat race on deck, ready to go. Heck, they're not even on deck, they're on track. And Alfonso Santiago and Ryan Molina are going to bring them to you here. Great looking grid as they roll by us in the starter's stand here high above the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. The lights go out and we go racing. Trouble for one driver a little bit farther back. That looked like the inside. Could that have been Dalbon? The 729 it was. Alexander Dalbon has trouble when the lights go out. He's not able to keep pace with the field. And they say that is too bad, but we will see you later. Santiago. And who's that right there? The 721 of Luis Quinones, another driver we've talked about a couple times pulling double duty. One of the many here this weekend. Quinones getting around. going probably from 5th to 4th, or more than likely 4th to 3rd, actually, because we lost Delbon at the start. Delbon with mechanical issues when they came out of the final corner and saw the lights go out. Yeah, Quinones now should be scored up there in the 3rd position. Legrand back to 4th. And this is a sporty little race for the lead right here, if I do say so. The 710 of Santiago. Well, if he had mirrors, they'd be full of the 700 of Ryan Molina. But karts don't have mirrors, and that's what makes the racing so exciting. Molina trying to find his way around the 710 of Santiago. Delbon and Santiago. We saw these guys battle it out in heat race number 2 earlier this morning. Oh boy, Santiago gets shot out of a cannon through the infield though, and he opens up his lead to, geez, at least 5 kart lengths over Ryan Molina. Molina in 2nd, Quinones 3rd. Changing of position farther on back. That looks like Toro getting passed up by Pablo Ceballos. Ceballos up to the 6th position. Franz Toro, if you remember, he had mechanical issues, or might have been taken out. We didn't see the start of his problems, but Toro was knocked out like lap 2 or 3 of the heat race number 2 that they ran this morning. So just to see Toro right now battling to stay close to the top 5, that's an improvement on what happened, his bad luck that struck him in heat race number 2, our first official on track session earlier this morning. Good battle right here. 709 of Sergio Rodriguez. And Legrand, Rodriguez and Legrand in the 778. Yeah, Rodriguez and Legrand 4th, 5th, and then right behind them, Ceballos is 6th. Heading into the infield. Sun's starting to come out to our backs now here at AMR Motorplex. If you watched the Florida Winter Tour, back when I was here, this AMR Motorplex looks much cleaner, looks much brighter, beautiful color. Kind of helps with the officiating, sees when drivers are on and off the racing surface, but it's still that same old really fast, pretty technical racetrack that's been a part of the Florida Winter Tour for quite a while. The 730 of Ceballos is rolling up here. 3-kart fight for 4th position. Ceballos and Legrand staying back here, waiting to see what Rodriguez is going to do. Over 5 minutes of racing still left in this one before we even see 2 to go. Rodriguez making that Tony kart really kind of flex in the sticky stuff over there in the infield. Tony karts for a long time have been, regarded as one of the most grip-providing chassis. They're right behind him, though. Change of position. Ceballos is going to get around Legrand, but Ceballos did not have the best exit at turn number 12. Does that open the door for Legrand? No, it doesn't. Ceballos able to lock down and hold on to the 5th position. VLR Masters, Ceballos and Legrand swapping 5th and 6th position. That allows Sergio Rodriguez aboard his Tony kart to grow his gap a little bit back to those guys racing for 5th and 6th. In front of Rodriguez, who runs 4th, Quinones is still on an island in 3rd position. Ryan Molina in 2nd, and Alfonso Santiago comes out of the final corner down the front straightaway. There's a good look at the deficit from Santiago. It's 1.7 seconds back to Quinones, who has, in fact, gotten around Ryan Molina. Molina gave up that 2nd spot 1 lap ago. Quinones just laid down his best lap of the race last time by, a 51.17, and that would be extremely impressive, which it is, but race leader Alfonso Santiago laid down the race's best lap, a 51.05. Oh, somebody into the barriers possibly? No, this kart's getting fired up behind us. Everybody's still off and running here. A 51.16. Both drivers, first and second, just ran identical lap times. A 51.16 for Santiago, a 51.16 for Quinones. So what does that mean? Well, we already talked about it. Nothing happens. Because if you don't go faster and you don't go slower, that lead stays the exact same. Joining in right here with the battle for fourth position, that's Sergio Rodriguez aboard the 709, and it looks like he's got the 730 of Pablo Ceballos right behind him. This is for fourth position. Every spot in these heat races matter. Less than 2 minutes to go when they get back to the start-finish line. Rodriguez takes him out at turn number 12 down the front straightaway. Ceballos with a big run of steam. Ceballos tucks to the inside but gets back in line, thinks better of it. Ceballos is going to hold his water, wait one more lap or at least a few more corners. Out of 3, now up the hill to turn number 4. I know there's not really a hill there. It's just easier to say it like that. They unwind the steering wheel. Out of 4, they set up for the right-hander. Turn number 5, that spits you right out into the infield. Boom, a quick snap of the steering wheel back into the left-hander. Turn number 6. Now the double rights, 7 and 8. Very rubbered up, very grippy, very sticky. Ceballos trying to hang with Rodriguez. Rodriguez brings him out of 8, now 9, into the double left-handers. 10 and 11. And down the side straightaway. Through the very fast turn number 12. And Rodriguez able to put a little bit of breathing room between he and Pablo Ceballos. I say that until turns 1 and 2, and Ceballos gets it wound back up on the inside. Ceballos, can he take a look here in 4? Ceballos is close, but not close enough. Ceballos. I don't want to say he's better in the fast stuff or better in the slow stuff, because right there you see him in a slow section of the track, and he's able to close right back up on the rear bumper of Sergio Rodriguez. Oh, Rodriguez stumbles a little bit there on the exit of turn number 8 through 9. Ceballos, he gives up a little bit in turn number 10 right there. 30 seconds remaining. They'll see the 2 to go when the race leader, Alfonso Santiago, comes around next time by. So this is 3 laps to go. Yeah, all right, this is it right here. Ceballos throws it to the inside. They run out of room, but he gets the position, and that allows the 729 of Alexander Dalbon to rebound quite nicely after a mechanical issue at the start of this race, and Dalbon's not done yet. Dalbon goes to the inside of 4. He takes over the fourth position. Dalbon and now Ceballos. Side pod to side pod down into 5, but it's Dalbon who watched these 2 battle. Rodriguez, Ceballos went back and forth, and Dalbon just said, thank you very much. I'll join, be a part of, and then leave this party. Man, Dalbon, no idea what the issue was. That caused him to drop back on the start. Now he's going to get a little defensive because he's got Ceballos to his inside. Ceballos did this 1 lap ago to Rodriguez. He's able to get the spot. It hurts his exit speed, but somehow they all keep it pointed in the right direction. Dalbon falls back to 5th now after Pablo Ceballos gets around him for 4th. Here comes Legrand. Legrand will make this a 4-kart race for the 4th position. Leaders have been shown the sticks, 2 to go. Waiting to see Santiago. He's got a 0.6 of a second advantage. White flag will fly over he and Quinones, who are coming onto the front straightaway right now. Oh boy. That 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th pack, though, I don't think they're done. Not quite yet. Ryan Molina holds station in 3rd, and then quite a ways behind him, we find this little party. Dalbon has given way to Ceballos. Ceballos, Dalbon, Rodriguez, and Legrand. White flag in the air. They're not quite as close as they were the last time by. They're coming to the checkered this time by. So Santiago has grown his lead over Quinones nearly a full second. Shout out to Quinones, though. Started this race back in 6th position. He's had kind of a topsy-turvy day. Luis Quinones has. Santiago picks up the checkered flag. A little fist pump right there. Heck yeah, brother. Ryan Molina started in 2nd. He'll finish 3rd. Quinones 2nd. Santiago, your winner. I fear I may have just called Quinones your winner. Santiago, your winner. Quinones 2nd. Molina 3rd. Savalos 4th. Dalbon 5th. Rodriguez 6th. Legrand 7th. And we're waiting to see Franz Toro and Andre Isaac. That, I'll tell you this, everybody thinks the Masters, guys, it's not always going to be entertaining. Some of our best races today have been the Masters categories, and that one was ROK VLR Masters. Really good stuff there as Alfonso Santiago picks up the win. Getting ready for our last heat race here. Those of you that are watching in your pit area here at AMR Homestead, Miami, thanks a bunch for tuning in. I want to let you know that I've just been told by the race officials that for the pre-finals, we are knocking 2 minutes off of the original schedule. So, just getting clarification on that, we are knocking what would technically be an additional minute, but really just 2 minutes off of the original schedule. So those of you in the pits here at AMR Homestead, Miami, for your pre-finals, if you see a 12-minute race length plus 2 laps, that is now a 10-minute race length. So just knock 2 minutes or an additional 1 minute off of what we've been doing already today. I know that's confusing, and I'll try to make that a little bit less confusing here when we finish up our heat race action. This is our final heat race of the day. ROK Pro Shifter, PSL Karting coming to you. One man Chef spinning the wrenches for Mateus Morgado, who has been lights out in this category so far this weekend. And the lights go out. Oh boy, Morgado gets a great start. Michael Rico does not. The off-pole starter does not leave as well as he would have liked, and we are running here in Pro ROK Shifter. PSL Karting, the presenting sponsor here. Mateus Morgado, pole, heat race win last night, heat race win this morning. This is his 3rd and final run. This is our last heat race of the day. We're going to take I don't even know if we'll take a break. We might roll right into pre-finals here once we get done with heat race action. But Morgado, talked about him, very impressive last season in the Senior Pro GP category. That the logical next step was to take on the challenge of Pro ROK Shifter, and boy, has Morgado answered that challenge masterfully. Couple karts get together. We got one or two sliding to the stop in turn number 12. One driver backed in hard. That's the 486, and you can see the front nose piece knocked completely sideways. The 486 and the 425 of Cabrera and Papao. Cabrera had tough luck in the heat race earlier this morning, and his bad day gets worse as Cabrera was the 486 that we saw backed in hard to the Tech Pro barriers on the outside of the exit of turn number 12 there. Alex Papao, the other driver that's involved. They've got Papao's car, the 425, lifted up and over the barriers, and we are back to our leaders here at the front of the field. Saraceno running in second, 5/10, just over 5/10 of a second behind Mateus Morgado. Morgado, you know, I won't say it's been easy because being this fast is never easy, but you know, you could say that he kind of went unchallenged maybe in that heat race earlier this morning. We didn't broadcast qualifying and heat race action yesterday, so I don't really want to speak to how that heat race went yesterday. We paid attention a little bit. Ryan Norberg did in fact confirm that split the exhaust, or the back half of his exhaust pipe, the weld came undone, and lost a lot of back pressure on that, and that's why his top end speed was really negatively affected. He ended up finishing something like 8th or 9th in the first heat race last night after qualifying in 4th. Norberg joked after the heat race this morning and said, yeah, I'm good, but I'm still just making a ton of mistakes. And things he noted were just slowing down for a corner and thinking he'd bumped it down enough gears, but would get to the exit of the corner and realized he hadn't slowed it down enough, hadn't downshifted enough. So it's little things like that that a guy like Ryan Norberg, who's been just deadly in a single-speed kart for a long time, that's what we're talking about when we say moving types and classes of karts. It is not easy at all, and it's little things like that, like just making sure you hit enough downshifts before coming out of a corner and you have enough torque to get back out. Good fast for position right there. That looks like Rico getting around the 415 of Davide Greco. That'd be the fight for 7th position. Michael Rico, who was in the top 3 nearly all of the heat race this morning, did not get a good start here in this heat race, and that's why you see him now having to battle his way back up to the field. We just caught a good shot of him getting around the 415 of Davide Greco. So move Greco from 7th back to 8th, but move Rico 8th up to 7th. Vincenzo Saraceno doing a good job at keeping Morgado, let's say, honest in this one. The lead is still under 1 second from Morgado back to Saraceno. There's Ryan Norberg, as that should be Colin Daly. Yes, it is, the DR card of Colin Daly. Talked about Colin earlier in the heat race this morning. Colin, just a Florida Winter Tour veteran in this pro shifter category. He was out here doing it 8-9 years ago when I was last year, and it's great to see him still not just racing, but competing and battling for podiums and wins out here. He's got Ryan Norberg right behind him. Norberg was able to keep Daly behind him in the first heat race this morning, but clearly Daly went to work a little bit earlier in this one and has advanced from 5th up to 4th. Norberg learning a lot, going to try and take some of what he's learned right back to Daly, and he does. Norberg to the inside of 4, but you know that Colin Daly isn't going to just be tricked that easily. Norberg defended down into turn number 5, and he's gotten out of that section of corners quite nicely. Colin Daly wanted to go right back at him, but wasn't able to. Norberg did cover himself and make sure that he took away any opportunity at an inside pass down into the entry at turn number 5. Goes from 5th up to 4th. Daly back a spot. Anthony Martella in 6th. Michael Rico 7th after getting around Davide Greco, Justin White, and Henry Wheeler. Your top 10. Yeah, Michael Rico here in the 416. Is that the 411 of Anthony Martella? Yes, it is. Rico's going to try and size him up for a pass here. Not close enough at the end of the front straightaway. But Rico, he was your off-pole starter who had trouble. I mean, I don't know if I want to say trouble, but he just didn't get away from the light nearly as well as he would have liked. And so now he is just storming back through the field here. Martella going to go way down to the inside to defend, and that bunches them all up. Martella, Rico, and Justin White now, a three-cart race as they're jumping and jiving through the infield. Rico to the inside, he's through. Move Rico up to the 6th position. Anthony Martella gives way. Rico continues to climb back up the ladder. Rico now to 6th spot. It's a ways up the road, but Rico will now set his sights on Colin Daly, Ryan Norberg, and the rest of our front 5. Oh no, maybe not just yet. Rico gives up a position. Is that Justin White who was able to do a little bit of work here? Martella, no, Martella went back around Rico. So Rico got Martella, but Martella gets him right on back and says, hey man, I know you're trying to go forward, but guess what? So am I. Rico taking a look to the inside in 12. He's there, and is he going to bring some company along with him? No, not that time. They both swerve down the front straightaway. Rico, man, everywhere he goes, there's a lot of action with him. So Michael Rico, Anthony Martella, Davide Greco, and Justin White having themselves a really good race right here inside of the final 20 seconds. So we should be seeing the 2 to go shown to Mateus Morgado when he gets back around. Oh, man. I know we right here at ROK Cup USA are trying to be better about not just sticking to the leaders and not just watching the front 3. Sometimes that's where the best battle is. Sometimes there's not a very good battle very far throughout the field. But right here, you have a great example of just moving back a little bit, and you see a really close, really exciting fight. And we're trying to catch those battles and bring them to you, folks, I promise. And this one is one you don't want to miss out on at all. Norberg, meanwhile, has gotten around Avancino in the 430. Michael Avancino was in 3rd, slipped back to 4th. But this fight right here is Michael Rico. He's kind of pulled away now, so it's really Anthony Martella, Justin White, and Davide Greco. And Henry Wheeler in the 418. Wheeler runs 10th. He's trying to find out where he sorts in that 4-cart barn burner of a race. The white flag has been shown to the whole field, or just about the whole field. Waiting to see Mateus Morgado make his way around for the final time here. The checkered flag is set to wave. White flag left to be shown to 1 cart. So now Morgado makes his way through 11, down the side straightaway, and he'll set for turn number 12. Checkered flag goes up. Mateus Morgado gets down. He wins heat number 3 here in ROK Pro Shifter. So that fight we've been watching, this whole heat race is not over. Sarancino 2nd, Norberg 3rd, Avancino 4th, Daly 5th, and it's going to be Rico in 6th, Martella in 7th, White, Greco, and Wheeler the top 10. Hey, that is how you end round 3 of the heat races here on Saturday of round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour, ROK Cup USA. Boy, Mateus Morgado, he kind of walked away from him, right? No getting around that. But Michael Rico, after having to battle back from a not very clean start when the lights went out, battling back there with Anthony Martella, Justin White, Davide Greco, and Henry Wheeler. Boy, that was fun to watch. Pro ROK Shifter heat racing is done. That means heat racing is done. Here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, we're going to take a 10-second break for station identification, and we'll be back with pre-final action. So as we get ready to move straight on into pre-finals, because we don't want you to sit around and wait for a second before we get back into fantastic on-track racing. If you're here in the pits watching live, thanks a bunch, and want to let you know through this mode of communication that 2 minutes have been lopped off. Not an additional 2 minutes, but just 2 minutes off of your paper schedule that you saw and were given at registration. So here in pre-finals, micro and mini races that were 10 minutes plus 2 laps are now 8 minutes plus 2 laps. Everybody else had a 12-minute race plus 2 laps. You can do the math. They are now 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Getting ready to go here with Briggs 206 Senior. They are our first pre-final. And they need to find out who's starting where in this one. Christopher Wakefield, the low point earner, coming down. The lights go out, and they take off, but it's, it is Wakefield. Wakefield gets the whole shot, and he'll lead them into turn number 1. Now it's 206 Masters. As the lights go out, great catch right there as we see them take the green flag. Phil Pignataro and his buddy Diego Rodriguez on the outside sorted out, and Pignataro leads through the opening 3 corners. Pre-finals are underway here in Homestead, Miami, Florida. First up, 10 minutes plus 2 laps of Briggs 206 Senior and Master pre-final racing. Checking in with our senior drivers, Christopher Wakefield and Dylan Braswell. No, that's Jaden Cassis. That should be Cassis. Up to second. Cart number 27. That sure as heck does look like a 2.7 to me. And it is. So Cassis, second. As Christopher Wakefield takes the advantage from that pole position inside front row starting spot. Here come the Masters. Down onto the front straightaway to complete the opening lap. Pignataro lost some ground to Diego Rodriguez, so Rodriguez with a really comfortable lead just here already on lap number 1. These are our senior drivers, the 11 of Wakefield, the 27 of Cassis, and then the off-pole starter, Dylan Braswell. Pignataro, has he already reeled in Diego Rodriguez? I believe he has. Seniors coming out of turn number 12. Jaden Cassis, we've kind of seen him float around 3rd or 4th most of the weekend here. Now, he says, you know what, to heck with 3rd and 4th. I want the race lead. He took it to the inside of 2. They're 3 wide for the race lead into turn number 4 here in 206 Senior. Don't tell me Briggs and Stratton isn't good racing. They're side by side into the hairpin. They're still side by side going in to turn number 5. Are these the pace laps or the race laps? I can't tell. Wakefield finally shows him the rear bumper. The 27 of Cassis is second, and Dylan Braswell third. It's kind of like the last 30 seconds were super crazy and insane, and now it's like they didn't even happen. Everybody's back to where they were. OMG, 206 racing is really good. That was awesome. I'm not the only one that saw that 3 wide, right? Like, you guys saw that. That was crazy. I'm just making sure the all my homies here in the press box saw that. That was awesome. You better cut that, clip it, and throw it up on Instagram or Bookface or whatever, man. That was cool. We've been watching these Masters for a while, and they've been great racing, but boy, the seniors picked the right time to shine. The Masters fly on by. 126, Diego Rodriguez out in front of Phil Pignataro. Jesus Portillo. Portillo staying as close to Pignataro as he can. Pignataro doesn't have the motor underneath him that he seemed to in these first couple of heat races. Now we've missed a battle for the lead, but that's okay. We now check in and see the 27 of Jaden Cassis. He's out in front. Wakefield's actually slipped all the way back to third. Dylan Braswell in second, but not for long. Braswell to the inside in 12. He's there, and he's going to try and bring Wakefield with him. Wakefield side by side with the 27 of Cassis. Cassis can do nothing to stop him. Wakefield now up into second position. Up into the turn 4 hairpin, the 21 of Braswell, the 11 of Christopher Wakefield. They snake their way through the infield. Oh, Wakefield taps them. I love it when drivers get right around a guy and then they tap the back of their helmet and say, "Now let's work together." Wakefield goes for the tap of his helmet, but as he was doing it a few corners ago, the 27 of Cassis was already trying to make a move. 206 racing, baby. You love it. They unwind the steering wheel and hustle down the front straightaway. Wakefield trying to keep that thing wound up. One, unique thing about this ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, round 1 here at AMR, Homestead Miami Motorplex, is this Levanto tire is the same tire, not just that all the karts in each class are running, but it's the same tire that all classes are running. And a lot of times in a series, you'll see these classes run that tire by manufacturer A, and these classes run that tire by manufacturer A. But it's a different tire between, these classes and that classes. They're all made by the same group, but it's a different compound. Here this weekend, they are all running the same Levanto tire, which is allowing just a massive amount of the exact same kind of rubber to get laid down on the track. Is that better for racing? I don't know. Do you think this is an awesome 206 race? Yeah, you better, because this is really good stuff between the front 3 in Senior. But as I'm pontificating about tire rubber, they start to slow down a little bit. Good stuff here with the Masters as they come on to the front straightaway. Big 4-cart train right there. Rodriguez, Pignataro, Portillo, and Romero. It's not just a 4-cart battle. It's a 4-cart battle for the race lead. Pignataro's going to leave the door open, and that's going to allow Jesus Portillo to slide on through. Portillo now to second, but Pignataro tries to hang tough on the outside. There's not much of a second groove here at the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. Old Christopher Wakefield here is trying to make sure race leader Dylan Braswell breaks a track record. Braswell getting shoved down the front straightaway by the 11 of Wakefield. They unwind out of turn number 4. Braswell with a little bit of breathing room, and it's not a lot of breathing room. Over Christopher Wakefield. The 27 of Cassis. He's sitting back there and watching right now. 2.5 minutes to go before they see the 2 to go. I'd do the math for you and tell you exactly how many laps that is right now, but, well, I'm just not that good enough at it. Wakefield stays glued to the back bumper of Dylan Braswell. And if he can keep this kind of straight line speed and a high top end corner speed up, oh man, I say just sit back and wait, right? You don't want to pass and then get repassed. You want to wait as long as you can and really make that driver have pressure on him, meaning if Wakefield can hold here and wait another 2 or 3 laps to make the move, then when he does it, it's going to put all the pressure in the world on Dylan Braswell. There's your leaders, or at least 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in 206 Masters. Diego Rodriguez, he's out in front of these guys by a little bit. Phil Pignataro in 2nd, Portillo in 3rd, and then it's the 102 of Miguel Romero. Jason Abrams runs what would be 5th in that class right now. catching back up with our senior 206 leaders as they come across the start-finish line. Inside of a minute and a half to go here. Dylan Braswell does, in fact, get a pretty big benefit from being shoved by the 11 of Wakefield. Wakefield, does he make a look to the inside here going up to turn number 4? Not yet. It doesn't look like it, at least. Braswell, the benefit I'm talking about is because he goes purple last time by, 55.99, and wouldn't you know it, it's an identical lap for the guy pushing him. The 11, Chris Wakefield, 55.99 also. So they both lay down the fastest lap of the race to this point. No change at the front as we check back in, 1 minute to go. So they'll get this lap they're working on and one more before they see 2 laps to go. Whoa, a little bit of sideways Tokyo drift as Pignataro gets around the 102 of Romero, and Romero thinks something was amiss. Maybe Romero feels as if he got a little bit of help getting into that last corner, or not the last corner, but turn 5. He did step out quite a bit. Pignataro, not sure. Last time I was at the Florida Winter Tour, they didn't have the pushback bumper technology, and after I stepped away from karting, I heard lots of opinions about it, and hey, everyone's got an opinion, and if you ask them, their opinion's always right. But the pushback bumper, it certainly might have a place in deciding moments like that one. You know, did Pignataro get into him? I don't know. We caught the last second of it. But if that bumper does what it's supposed to, you might be able to find out a little bit of evidence from that. Now I'm starting to sound like an official. I don't want to sound like that. Let's talk about this race, especially this race for the senior lead right here. Wakefield, I think he's doing exactly what I kind of thought he would, which is sit back and wait. Wakefield's been the low point earner, which is it sounds negative, but it's not. It's the way you want to get through these heat races. So that tells you he's had speed. He's had speed all weekend. So it's no surprise that he has speed right now, okay? It's a lap and a half to go. Wakefield has sat there right behind Dylan Braswell this whole time, and there's no separation between these two. I mean, look at them right now. We got some sharp camera shooters out there on the track, but these guys can't even get a tight enough shot to show you the separation between these guys. White flag's going to wave, 1 to go. This is it. It's go time for Christopher Wakefield, and Braswell knows it. He pulls down a lane to the inside to defend any kind of attempt, and Wakefield says, that's all right, I don't mind, I'll sit, I'll wait, I'll watch just a little bit longer. Turn 4, right here. This has been a prime passing opportunity. Braswell defends hard to the inside. Wakefield keeps it wound up around the outside. And somehow, miraculously, Braswell doesn't hurt his exit speed too much, and he continues to defend down into turn 5. That hurts his exit speed. Wakefield to the outside. Now he's going to be to the inside in turn number 7. Wakefield back to the race lead with half a lap to go. Wakefield played that perfectly. Braswell did everything he could. He did everything he could. He got down to the inside, heading into each corner, tried to defend the best he could, but Wakefield sat and waited for when the left-hander turns back to the right-hander. He went from the outside to the inside. He gets down low to defend. He'll win the pre-final and the pole position for tomorrow's main event. Christopher Wakefield gets the job done in 206 Senior. Braswell ends up second. Jaden Cass is third. Kareem Shaheda in 4th, aboard cart number 4. And Mac Brown rounds out your top 5. Tony Bassett comes home in 6th. And Diego Rodriguez, we are waiting to see him come out of turn number 12. And here he comes to you, to a waving checkered flag. Rodriguez wins the pre-final here in 206 Masters. Portillo ends up second. Pignataro third, Romero 4th, and Jason Abrams, your top 5. Great stuff there in 206 Masters and Senior. Whoa, that was cool. 1 minute on the grid, as Angela tells them. Hey, let's look at the schedule here. What do you say, Tony, and make sure we don't call out any any wrong grids for a lap and a half before we go racing. With 2:06 in the books, that means VLR Junior ready to roll out next. ROK VLR Junior making their way down towards the front straightaway, where they will grid up side by side and get ready to go for 10 minutes plus 2 laps of pre-final racing. Through the heat races, Sebastian Garzon became the low point earner, so he will start on the pole position alongside the 806 of Alexander Vanchev. Officials jump out of the way, the lights go out, and they are going to wave that one off. They are going to wave this start off, and that's good. Not really good, I guess. It's just, it's fortuitous, you could say, as I'll get to tell you a little bit more about this starting lineup. ROK VLR Junior is brought to you by Nash Motorsports. ROK VLR Junior brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Garzon and Vanchev, your front row, with Diego Ardiles and Race Beckman making up row number 2. Ty Fisher starts 5th with Lillian Scarborough in the 6th position. Alexander Gonzalez and Salvadora Della Vecchia, 7th and 8th. Ethan Sky Manjanek and Eli Steinbruck make up row number 5. Cole Medeiros and Chase Gassaw Lee roll off 11th and 12th. Amador Martinez Sainz will start 13th with Victor de Alencar 14th. Aiden Augustine, Jordan DeLeo, Alex Miller, Matty Grace, Peyton Fain, and Luke Tall complete the top 20 in a very full VLR ROK Junior. Yeah, there's 2 pages of this grid. Nash Motorsports, your presenting sponsor here in ROK VLR Junior. We're getting ready to roll out with a 10-minute plus 2 lap pre-final here. They've been gridded by how they earned their points in heat race action through today and yesterday. Now it's all about where you finish in your pre-final to determine where you will start in tomorrow's main event. Garzon brings him into the tram lanes, lights go out, and they fly into turn number 1. Your off-pole starter Vanchev slots into the 3rd position, and it's not the parking lot we saw in the first race this morning. We do have a couple drivers go around right in the entry to turn number 2, the 838, the 818, looks like the 853. Officials on the scene cleaning up the mess in turn number 2, but it was Garzon who used his inside front row starting position to jump to the race lead. They're 2 and 3 wide as one kart is slow, presumably from the damage sustained in that lap 1 corner number 2 incident, causing a little bit of a hucklebuck through the infield section of the track. But what we do know is Sebastian Garzon used that inside row 1 starting spot to bring him to the green flag, and now he leads lap number 1. Garzon out in front with Vanchev getting back up to the second position after getting shuffled back. Ardiles, no, it's Ardiles out in front. What happened to Garzon here? Timing scoring right now. Garzon out in front. A little bit of a hiccup here with timing and scoring. Apologize for that, but Garzon is out in front. Ardiles is scored as your race leader, but he runs in second position out on the track. Wild start there. Even throwing us for a loop here inside the scoring connex. We'll make sure we get all that cleaned up. A little bit farther on back, Race Beckman, Ty Fisher, and Lillian Scarborough trying to sort things out right now. Fight for position down into the inside of turn number 5. One driver running off the track, the 876. Gets it gathered back up and pointed in the right direction. There you see a good shot right there of our front 3 making their way out of 11 down the side straightaway. The 806 of Vanchev on their trail in third. Ty Fisher or the 837. Oh, big incident here on the exit at 12. Couple karts go for a spin. Everybody keeps it on all 4 wheels, but a few barriers knocked out of place and a couple karts point in the right direction. They all refire and continue. We got a lot of go-karts on track here in VLR ROK Junior, and it's proving for a little bit of attrition already before the halfway point in this one. Ardiles trying to reel in the 850 of Garzon. Garzon, your low point earner through 3 heat races, but it's Vanchev now, who I think you really got to monitor here through so many of these heat races today. He was one of the fastest karts on track lap after lap. Vanchev wants to take a look to the inside, but instead it's Ardiles. Ardiles can't make something work, and now Vanchev's going to pick up the pieces. Vanchev from third up to second. Ardiles slots back to third, and all this shuffling side by side, well, of course, you know what I'm going to say. It's allowed Garzon to open up his lead. Ardiles goes back on the inside of 4. He reclaims the second position. Vanchev back to third. So Garzon second. I'm sorry, Garzon your leader. Ardiles second. Vanchev back to third. Race Beckman in the 805. Ty Fisher in the 837. We're watching this with eyes wide open right now. The 806 of Vanchev has been all over this leaderboard early on in this one. They come down to complete another lap. 12 laps plus 12 minutes plus 2 laps has been shortened to 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Garzon with the biggest race lead he's seen since the lights went out here in VLR Junior. Race Beckman in that 805, the Cosmic, is trying to do whatever he can to not just keep up, but eventually get around Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev took the start of this race in second position. Race Beckman in the 805 rolled off right behind him on the outside of row number 2 and 4th. And I think we're already dealing with lap traffic. Yep. The 850 of Garzon. I'm not going to say uses lap traffic as a pick, but definitely uses it to help him put a little bit more room. 0.3 of a second last time by. I think that lead might just grow here a little bit. Well, I say that, but Ardiles just laid down the quickest lap of the race, a 48.75. See if the lead grows like I expected it to originally, but it ultimately may shrink here a little bit due to Ardiles' quick pace. 0.6 of a second, so that lap traffic played a little bit bigger of a role than maybe Ardiles would like. 48.75 though. He now owns the fastest lap in this race. Boy, look at the 8.05 of Race Beckman. You're looking at second, third, and fourth. The 8.18 is in the barriers on the exit of turns number 1 and the entry to turn number 2. The 8.18 of Henrique, I want to get the last name here for you, running off the edge of the scoring monitor. Henrique Weisheimer off the track over between turns 1 and 2, nosed into the barriers. Safety workers already working to get that cart either going back on track or up and over the barriers. See if Garzon's lead grows at all. No, actually it doesn't, because Ardiles once again goes purple. 48.47. The RPG driver with Brady Egger on the wrenches is picking him up and putting him down right now. Ardiles 48.47. You compare that to Garzon's 48.60. It's not a big difference, but it is a difference. And if he can put together a few more laps like that, the Cosmic Kart driver might just have something for your race leader. The 8.06 of Vanchev, trying to get back to his original starting spot of second place. He runs in third right now. He had his hands full with the 8.05 of Race Beckman for a little while, but there's the separation you see as they fly through turns 10 and now 11. Beckman falls, let's call it 5, maybe 6 kart lengths back off the rear bumper of Vanchev. Ty Fisher rounds out your top 5. And then the 6th position, Salvadora Della Vescia, Lillian Scarborough, Ethan Sky Manjek falls a position to Amador Martinez Sainz, and then Victor de Alcar rounds out the top 10. Vanchev is reeling in quite quickly. The second place driver of Ardiles. Now your scoring monitor on the screen reflects the correct running order. 1 driver off, maybe 2 drivers off on the exit of turn number 2. The 8.28. Karts continue to drop like flies here in this VLR Junior pre-final. Nash Motorsports, the presenting sponsor here of this one. Inside the last couple of laps here, just over a minute to go before they see 2 to go. And now Diego Ardiles, who we talked about maybe being able to go up and get Garzon, he's got a whole different problem on his hands, and it's in the form of the driver, the 8.06, Alexander Vanchev. Vanchev started this race in second. He was your second lowest point earner through the heat races, and he did that through having crazy consistent speed from qualifying through the heats, and now here in the pre-final, he's taking the fight to Ardiles. Vanchev knows that if he finishes second here, he starts second tomorrow. But that brings up the classic debate at a track like this, where it's all flat. The corners are basically fast 90-degree left-handers, at least right there on turn number 1. What would you rather have? The outside front row starting spot or the inside row 2? Well, Vanchev, whether he's concerned with his starting spot tomorrow or not, he moves up a position. Move Vanchev around Ardiles from third to second. Vanchev gets around the 897. Garzon, Ardiles, so many of these kids we've seen in both VLR Junior and ROK GP Junior. But what we're talking about right now with this battle for second is, what do you rather have? Do you rather start on the outside, which might not be the best place, but you're on the front row? Or do you end up finishing third, fifth, seventh, and have that inside line? We've seen a little bit of craziness come from the outside front row. The 834 has come to a stop over in the infield just to the exit of turn number 8 underneath the tree. Ultimately, you want to pass whoever's in front of you, and you want to finish as high as you can. but it's still an interesting debate. Sometimes you'd rather start on the inside and a row farther back than start a row farther up, but be on that outside part of the racetrack. I don't know. Every driver's going to have a different opinion on that. If you ask them, I'm sure they'll tell you what they feel and why they feel that way. The sticks have been shown to the drivers. Rolled up white and blue flag means the clocks expire, 2 laps to go. And when Sebastian Garzon gets back around to us, he's going to see the white flag waving. Shaggy set to show it to him. We got one driver who has had trouble on the exit of 1, right over by turn number 2. Couple carts collected in that. Yellow flags being shown. Garzon, the good news for him is he's got a 0.6 of a second advantage, so even when he slows down to the necessary amount that you're instructed to, going through those corners where there's a yellow flag waving, he's not going to lose too much. Garzon and Vanchev, things getting a little bit tighter now because Ardiles has gotten back around Vanchev. Vanchev slips back to 3rd. And here we go. Only a few corners left. Garzon has been reeled back in by Diego Ardiles. I don't know if Ardiles is going to be close enough. There's not enough time. No, there's not. Garzon wins the pre-final for ROK VLR Junior. Brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Ardiles gets back up to 2nd. Right before the checkered flag waves, that's where he'll finish. Alexander Vanchev goes from 2nd to 3rd. Ray Beckman and Ty Fisher complete your top 5. So as our ROK VLR Junior drivers make their way to the scale area, we're trying to make sure that you'll be able to see and hear our very own Ashley Graff, who is waiting down in the scale area. Who she'll talk to, what she'll ask, we don't know. That's why we're ready to tune in and listen here. So we're going to go down to the scale area and see what Ashley Graff has to learn from these drivers after that pre-final.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
We are down in the scale line with our VLR Junior pre-final winner, Sebastian Garzon. How did everything go for you out there? You led the race from start to finish.
Yeah, it's very difficult because the top 4, we are all the same time. We have some work to do for tomorrow's final, and we talk with the team for tomorrow.
Well, you are super fast, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Ashley. We are going to be working in some scale interviews, hopefully maybe some pre-grid interviews as the weekend and the Florida Winter Tour goes on. But Ashley Graff does a ton of work here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour and all the ROK Cup USA events from what I understand, especially her prowess on social media and creating content. And she doesn't just post stuff. She's been out here all weekend shooting video and getting photos and doing an awesome job. So the fact she's going to help us out and do a little bit of interviews and talking to these drivers after the wins and the highs and the lows is a big benefit to us. So she does an awful lot for ROK Cup USA, and we're hoping to use a little bit more of her on the interviews and stuff like that. So VLR Junior goes to Sebastian Garzon. But boy, Diego Ardiles, he kept it interesting there till the very end. We're getting ready to roll out with our very next pre-final coming up here in just a moment or two.
What's up? What? What do you want? Yeah. What? Nope. Yeah, I saw it go. Like, right after. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe a Coke, honestly, I'm falling asleep. Yeah, bring me a Coke and maybe do a little bit. I'll drink that. Sitting in a booth. I don't want either of those. No, I'm good. I'll just keep going.
Here we go, ROK VLR Senior pre-final racing, 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Alessandro De Tullio and Steven Iser bringing him into the tram lane side by side. The lights go out, and Iser makes a big dive down to the inside from that off-pole starting position, but it looks like De Tullio's able to defend, and look at that. We get through the opening 2 corners cleanly. We are rolling here at AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. De Tullio, he's been a force all day here in the different classes he's ran. De Tullio up in front now, brings him in to the infield section for the first time. A little bit of side-by-side racing, some dive bombs taking place down into turn number 5. But these senior drivers have got it pointed in the right direction. And we are clean and green through the opening half of lap number 1. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for our VLR Senior category. De Tullio going to bring him out of turn number 12 and lead that opening lap. And it looks like Luke Welcome in that extremely distinguishable bright green helmet is hot on the tail of De Tullio. Luke Welcome right there. And De Tullio, don't want to say he's defending already, but he's definitely not leaving a ton of room down on the inside. Turn 4 right there. That hairpin has been a prime passing opportunity. And De Tullio and Luke Welcome. And won the 917 off the track over in turns 1 and 2. Now Welcome having to get a little defensive as there is a little bit of physicality taking place already out here in this one. Side-by-side racing as they came out of the infield. So De Tullio is not going to show up on your scoring monitor on the screen right now, but he is in fact out in front. So as the leaders make their way around the 180-degree hairpin, turn number 4 up by the Homestead Miami Speedway, they'll get on the binders at the end of that straightaway, make the right-hander into turn 5, and then it's a quick snap of the wrist into the left-hander. Turn number 6, 7 and 8, the double right-handers through that flat and fast technical infield section. The Nash Motorsports teammates right here should be Stephen Miller and Kane Martin, scored 8th and 9th on the track. Oh, no, make that 7th and 8th. Alessandro De Tullio now back up on your scoring monitor. Boy, De Tullio has got Luke Welcome hot on his trail. Welcome looks as good as he has looked all weekend long here in VLR Senior. I love that shot right there because as the carts come into turn number 4, you can really see that inside rear wheel hike up as these chassis twist and crank and bend and work through the corners here. And man, it's such a cool shot, and you see how hard these go-karts and these chassis and these drivers are working to hustle around here as quick as they can, lap after lap. This is ROK VLR Senior pre-final racing. How you finish here is how you start the A-main event tomorrow afternoon. VLR Senior brought to you by the Rocket Racing Company. Rocket Racing Company, your presenting sponsor here of VLR Senior. De Tullio and Welcome continue to walk the dog out at the front of the field. Behind them in third, Colin Lloyd in the 922. He sits back about 3 or 4 tenths of a second back in third, less than that as they roll out at turn number 4. Steven Iser, your outside pole starter from the front row. He's in 4th position. Stephen Miller has broken away from his Nash Motorsports teammate, Kane Martin. He's put Ryan Persing in between the two of them. Now it looks like they've found each other once again. Persing, he didn't get in between the Nash Motorsports teammates. He is a Nash Motorsports teammate. And we watch those drivers, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Luke Welcome, he has gotten around De Tullio, so change for the lead. Welcome now out in front, but De Tullio battles right back in turn number 5, and he's going to bring Colin Lloyd along with him. So Luke Welcome drops from first back to third, and it's not over yet because Welcome's going to give up another spot. Steven Eisert takes the 939 from fourth up to third. Welcome backsliding here early on in VLR Senior pre-final racing action. Welcome is finally going to settle in here to the fourth position. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Nash Motorsports drivers put him back another spot. Welcome back to fifth now. Miller goes up to third after starting this race back in the 8th position. So Miller doing a good job at moving up the field quickly here. Yeah, 10 minutes plus 2 laps is a good amount of time, but man, it goes by quickly when you have action like this out on track. DeTulio got back around for the lead. Now he's got Colin Lloyd not too far behind him. There's your 2 leaders into 7. The double right-hander now out of 8. Look how dark that double right-hander has gotten. This track is taking rubber. Don't let anyone say otherwise to you. Luke Welcome. Oh boy, he continues to just hemorrhage positions on track right now. Welcome needs to get his head in the game, put it down, and go after these drivers in front of him. At one point, your race leader, he's going to come across the start-finish line and be scored in 8th position. Emma Scarborough and Chase Jones round out your top 10. Chase Jones up from 15th to 10th. And that MPG machine running the way he wants. Told me during the lunch break that just really having to work on that chassis to try to make it do what he wants here as this track continues to rubber in. The 920 of DeTulio hitting his marks right now. You know that he's got to be aware that Colin Lloyd is behind him. Colin Lloyd gets a little bit of that inside curbing through turn 12. Stephen Miller has been quick. He owns the fastest lap of the race so far. One driver with an issue over on the far side of the racetrack, the 994. Augusto Acevedo falling way down. At least 6 positions he's lost so far at this point after an incident at the top side of the racetrack. But Stephen Miller, the Nash Motorsports driver, he's the owner of the fastest lap to this point, 48.51. Last time by he was a 48.55. That's the exact same lap time as your race leader DeTulio. So DeTulio a 0.55, Lloyd a 0.56, Miller a 0.55. Very competitive field right here in ROK VLR Senior. They come down to complete another lap. That time Colin Lloyd uses up a little bit less of the curbing, and that seems to have helped him because he draws even closer to DeTulio at the end of the front straightaway. Minute and a half to go here before they see the 2 to go. So probably working 4 laps left in this ROK VLR Senior race. Man, Stephen Miller gets another one. He breaks up the front 2. Miller around Colin Lloyd at the hairpin. Miller now from 3rd up to 2nd. Does Miller have enough to go get DeTulio? They've been working on that car all day long. Miller's had the speed. Does he have the pace now, the longevity in this pre-final to run down DeTulio, take the win, and more importantly, the pole position? Tomorrow's main event, the first round, the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. 2 minutes left here. Oh man, Miller is a man on a mission. 49.28. The 2 drivers that he's been dealing with. Lloyd goes 49.28. Correction, 49.58 for Miller, but he's still just a little bit quicker than DeTulio. Colin Lloyd having to fend off challenges from Steven Eisert. Eisert took the start for this race on the off-pole starting position. Eisert is all over the back bumper of Colin Lloyd as they come out of 5, now into the infield section through 6, into the 2 right-handers. Eisert. I think he's got something here for Colin Lloyd. You don't start on the front row after 3 heat races in a qualifying session if you don't have speed. But Miller getting closer and closer here. The lead shrinks from 0.4 of a second down to 0.2 of a second. Miller, he's got something. He just has to decide when he's going to show it. These pre-finals. Starting grids based off how you ran in the heats. And there you go, right on through. Stephen Miller doesn't wait long. He doesn't wait long at all. Miller to the point here with only a few laps left in VLR Senior, and it looks like Isert goes around Colin Lloyd. Move Isert from 4th up to 3rd. Move Miller from 2nd up to 1st. They're moving and shaking here with just a couple laps left in this pre-final for VLR Senior. They make their way out of 11 down the side straightaway. Miller gets right up on the wheel. Tries to get as much of his body down and out of the air. Also doing that when you pull up on the steering wheel. That helps get a little bit of weight off the rear axle. Lots of drivers and tuners will tell you to do that when you can because that lets the rear axle spin a little bit more freely. Maybe you see a spike in RPMs. That helps everybody, especially when you're Stephen Miller and you're out in front. Miller puts his head way down. He wants as little aerodynamic drag as he can get, and he's going to need all the help he can find because DeTulio has not fallen back. Miller's not walking away, not at all. DeTulio right there. All over the back bumper of Miller. They'll see 2 to go this time by. Shaggy with the white and checkered flag rolled up shows them 2 laps remaining. Here they come. 2 laps left. Miller's lead. It's not grown at all. DeTulio doing a great job at staying right there. Miller wasn't in a rush, wasn't very frantic once he caught up to DeTulio. Now DeTulio to the inside. DeTulio around Miller on the inside of 5. DeTulio back to the race lead. Stephen Miller, now the ball is in his court. What does he do here? How long does he wait? We know he has the speed. What condition are his tires in? Did he use them up going to get DeTulio? Did he use them up passing DeTulio? Did he use them up trying to pull away from DeTulio? White flags in the air. That question and so many more will be answered right here, right now. Through corner number 1, out of corner number 2. Miller, he's driving hard, all up on the curbs. DeTulio's going to defend into 4. Miller trying to find his way around the outside. You know it's not going to work there. Out of 5 when the track bends to the left and then to the right again in the infield. That might be the best position Miller's going to find himself in. But DeTulio keeps him squarely right behind. And now here comes Steven Isert. Isert makes this a 3-kart battle for not only the race lead but the pre-final win and tomorrow's finals pole position. Out of 11. They'll make the run down the side straight. Miller gives up a little bit in the infield. Alessandro DeTulio's got a comfortable 2-kart length lead. Out of turn number 12. Checkered flag waves. And the VLR Senior pre-final goes to the 920 of Alessandro DeTulio. Miller leads for a while but ends up in 2nd. Isert 3rd. Lloyd 4th. And Ryan Persing in 5th. Luke Welcome crawls back to 6th after showing strength in the early laps. Ernesto Rivera 7th, Emma Scarborough 8th, Kane Martin and Quentin Angeli, the top 10. That's the way, I like it here in pre-final action. ROK VLR Senior. Rocket Racing Company. That race went by like a rocket. That was awesome. A lot of fun to watch. And we're sending the pickup wagon out there to go bring back a few carts, which means we got a few minutes, which means we're going to get to hear from Miss Ashley Graff.
We are down in the scale lines with your VLR Senior race winner, Alessandro DeTulio. You led the race start to finish, is that correct?
Yeah, kind of.
Well, you started in first and then finished in first.
Yeah, it was a good race. I had a little bit of a scrap there with Welcome, and then my teammate came in, and then with Miller. So yeah, good race, and happy to be on pole for tomorrow.
It seemed like you raced a very clean race, and it was very fun to watch. What were your thoughts while you were battling with the other drivers?
Yeah, it was aggressive, but it was clean from everyone that was battling there. So yeah, hopefully we could keep it like that tomorrow.
That is fantastic. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Of course. We are going to... You finished in the second place. Where did you start the race? In 8th, right?
Yeah, I did.
So what was your strategy moving up the field there?
I just had to keep it clean, really get through the start, and really push my way up there.
That is awesome. Do you think starting on the outside pole has any advantages versus starting on pole?
Yes and no. You could always go around the outside, but sometimes you can go into the wall.
That is true. Well, I wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thanks a bunch, Ashley. Cool to hear from a couple drivers down there in the scale line. And, yeah, she talked about the fact that DeTulio started on the pole position, fell back for just a little bit here and or there, but ended up starting on the pole, finishing out front, meaning he'll start on the pole for tomorrow's final. And I also liked that she talked to Stephen Miller about what his thoughts were on finishing second, meaning he'll start on the outside. That's something we talked about here in the booth, and I think that's a question you could ask all these drivers that finished second in their pre-final today. Is it better to finish second? Is it better to finish third? Because then that means you get an inside row 2 starting spot. So great job by Ashley down there in the scale line. Appreciate her bringing up those different topics, and just like that, the timing works out perfectly, and we are ready to roll into our next pre-final. As this looks like ROK Mini making their way out onto the track next. ROK Mini, Zanella Racing, the presenting sponsor here. Big thanks to Jose Zanella and his team. I once watched that guy race at the Rotax Grand Nationals at the track at Centennial in Denver, Colorado. Some of you people have no idea what I'm talking about, but it was cool to watch Jose race back in 07, 06, and now to see what he's doing and with his team and stepping up and being our presenting sponsor here for ROK Mini. Big thanks to Zanella Racing. This is the ROK Mini Winter Tour pre-final. Valentino Santillan and Maxwell Macha will make up your front row. Josh Bergman and Julian Rivera, row 2. Benja Fernandez and Nicholas Orbezo make up row number 3. Royce Vega, Marco Fazzari, Nico Katowski, and Lorenzo Verlera complete the top 10. Here they go into the tram lane, side by side, 8 minutes plus 2 laps. The lights go out, and we're racing into turn number 1. These ROK Minis flies through the opening corner. One driver does get spun around, backs it into the outside Tech Pro barriers. But with that exception, it's a clean start. Valentino Santillan, super impressive through the heat races, and now he's out in front. Maxwell Macha started to his outside. Catch a look at all these ROK Minis flying through the infield section. It's a beautiful afternoon here in Homestead, Miami, Florida. And for these drivers that are starting out in front and can stay out in front, such as Alessandro DeTulio in that VLR Senior race we just watched, it's an even more beautiful day. Lap 1 coming to a close here for our ROK Mini drivers. Again, thanks to Zanella Racing for stepping up and making this race in this class possible. Macha was able to hold on to his outside front row starting spot and slots into the second position. Julian Rivera works from the outside, the outside of row number 2, started 4th, up to 3rd now. Side-by-side racing between Rivera and Macha as they come out of turn number 4, the hairpin. That corner is such a make or break for a lap here at AMR because you got to keep your RPMs wound up, but you also come right out of that really slow corner, and it's the last thing you see before the infield, and it can really just make, break, change, and set up a lap. And a lot of passing opportunities into that corner, and a lot of passing opportunities come out of that turn 4 hairpin at the top side of the racetrack. 4-cart battle here as the leaders come out of turn number 12. The 174 of Macha has gotten around Santillan, and he's brought Julian Rivera with him. So Santillan now the cart 3rd in line, and then it's the 140 of Josh Bergman. Bergman, don't quote me here, but I think Bergman was your pole winner from qualifying because we saw Bergman start out in front through all 3 of our heat races. Looking that up right now to confirm it. And in fact, I am right. Boom, what do you know? Even a broken clock is right 3 times a day. Bergman was your pole winner in qualifying, so he got to start up front in all 3 of these heat races. He took the green flag for this one. in the third position. Jake Brown of K1 Race Gear is tuning in live to watch ROK Cup USA Round 1 of the Florida Winter Tour. Jake, we wish you and your rapidly growing family the best. Thanks for watching a little bit of karting with us here on a Saturday afternoon. Bergman's up from third now to second. So Bergman making moves, not faking moves here. Julian Rivera in kart number 124, talked about him already, started this race in the fourth position. Shows the way as they come out of 4 down into 5. Fight for the lead. Rivera on the outside, and it's the 140 of Bergman to the inside. Bergman makes the power move down in turn number 5. Bergman, your new race leader. So that speed we saw in qualifying yesterday, it didn't go away. He didn't forget how to go fast around the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. No, quite the opposite. Josh Bergman still knows how to go fast, and he knows how to pass karts. Bergman comes down to turn number 12 to lead the next lap here. He's got Rivera about a half second behind. Santillan picked up a heat race victory. He's in third. Royce Vega up to fourth. Great run here early on for Royce Vega. Vega started this race in the 7th position. He's up to fourth. Benja Fernandez, who was second in qualifying after yesterday afternoon's timed session. Fernandez is 5th. Macha has slipped from 2nd all the way back to 6th in this one. Marco Fazzari 7th. Katowski 8th. Sama and Scheinenberg complete your top 10. A little bit of close racing right here. That's the 124 and the 111. That's the fight for second. Now it's the swap of second. Valentino Santillan takes the 111 around the 124. Rivera goes from second now back to third. Valentino Santillan looking racy as they come down the side straightaway out of turn number 12. All this side-by-side racing, you know what that's good for? Well, it's good for the leader, Josh Bergman, to put a little bit more distance between himself and these drivers in second, third on back. Bergman's race lead now grows to 8.5 tenths of a second. We'll see what he can do. He's going to get helped out a lot by the fact he just went purple. Bergman 52.01, a 52.01 quickest lap he's laid down, quickest lap anyone has laid down on track here in this ROK Mini pre-final. Zanella Racing bringing you this ROK Mini class. Farther on back, the 124 of Rivera, Benja Fernandez, Royce Vega. It's becoming a good old-fashioned multi-cart fight right here. The 174 of Maxwell Macha. He's that last cart in line right now. Macha is going to want to start making moves here. He started this pre-final in the 2nd position. 4-cart train. Now it's the 105 pulling out. Benja Fernandez trying to get around the 124 of Rivera. They all scatter wide on the exit of turn number 1. Somehow they all keep it pointed in the right direction. And I do believe Rivera was able to maintain that 3rd position. That's the 105 of Fernandez. Remember, Fernandez started 2nd in this pre-final, or I'm sorry, in this heat race, because that's where he qualified. They started all their heat races in the same position. But he and Josh Bergman were taken out on a lap 1, row 1 incident. So he, Bergman, and Fernandez, Benja Fernandez, the 105, they had to work their way all the way from the back of the grid back up to the front. I think they finished something like 6th and 7th or 7th and 8th in that last heat race. And so to see them continuing to work their way up here through this pre-final, it's exactly what they have to do. Fernandez must hear us talking about him because he goes plus another one. Fernandez around Rivera. Move Fernandez now up to the 3rd position. So Fernandez, 3rd. If it is in fact Julian Rivera that he got around, I do believe it is. So Fernandez is going to cycle over to 3rd here. And I think he brought the 133 of Royce Vega with him. We got to take a look and see exactly who is where on the timing monitor here. I'm looking for the 124 of Rivera. Yep, it's Fernandez. Oh, the 124 of Rivera actually slips from 3rd. Back a few positions. So our timing and scoring on your monitor is not going to be accurate for the time being, so we'll do our best to keep you up to date here with who is where. Bergman, your race leader, brings them through the infield section. Right behind him should still be Valentino Santillan. Rivera slipped from third. I think he's probably fifth or even farther on back. But it's Benja Fernandez, who looks great right now. He leads that 3-cart train out of 11 down the side straightaway. There's a good look at him right there. Benja Fernandez. Make sure Benja can keep them behind him. That's what he's trying to do right now. The 133. That's Royce Vega. Haven't talked a lot about Vega through these heat races and qualifying yesterday, but Vega showing great speed here in the pre-final. You got to wonder what they did when they took that kart back to the tent after the heat races wrapped up this afternoon. Obviously, they did something. Or Vega just found another gear here, because he is stuck right to the back bumper of Benja Fernandez, and they run third, fourth, and right behind them, fifth place. It's the 174 of Maxwell Macha. 2 to go. This race has flown on by. Change for position in third. Fernandez gives up a spot. And they're not done yet. They go all the way down to the blue paint. Fernandez is going to lose a spot to the 133, but Fernandez says, not so quick. Goes right back after him in turn 2. Fernandez now back up to the third position. Fernandez and the 133 here of Royce Vega and the 174 of Macha, they are sorting themselves out here with a lap and a half to go. Fernandez all the way down to the inside. There's contact for just a quick moment, but the 133 of Vega is able to keep his head about him. Great stuff right here. Third, fourth, and fifth through the tight and technical infield section. Royce Vega and Benja Fernandez, Maxwell Macha, and now the 175 getting in the middle of this as well. That's Marco Samut. White flag waves. Josh Bergman and Valentino Santillan, no change right there. Looks like Benja Fernandez has finally gotten himself just a little bit of a gap. Not a lot, but enough to kind of, recalculate, reestablish. The 175 is going to go way down low. The 175 of Samut almost pushed the 174 of Macha right on through about 3 other karts, but no change in position through turn 5 as they come back into the infield here. The white flag has been waved. Checkered flag going to be the next one we see. Bergman out of turn number 12. Here he comes, the pre-final win, and the pole position for tomorrow's feature belongs to Josh Bergman. Valentino Santillan comes home in second, and that hornet's nest of Benja Fernandez, Royce Vega, and Maxwell Macha ends up going to Fernandez. So Fernandez ends up in third, Vega fourth, Macha fifth, Marco Samut, Nico Katowski, Scheinenberg, Rivera, Fazzari, and Verlea are how they sort out at the end of that one. Zanella Racing, ROK Mini. Not too bad. We go from some of our youngest drivers now to some of our most seasoned drivers. We don't say old here at ROK Cup USA. No, we don't, because I look pretty old. ROK Shifter Masters on the grid here. They're going to get ready to fire off. Zanella Racing ROK Mini just wrapped up. ROK Shifter Masters brought to you by VTM Racing, set to roll out in just a moment. And we're back just in the nick of time for the start here of ROK Shifter Masters. When you have an ace technical crew like we have, you don't miss much. Getting ready to roll here. Well, we're already rolling. ROK Shifter Masters, Jose Montalato, your pole winner after being so dominant through the heat races earlier today. And that's Scott Presti, who's hanging on for dear life there through turns 5 and now 6 into 7 and 8. Presti should have Mardan and Gautier right behind him trying to crack their way into the top 2, the top 3 here. ROK Shifter Masters off and rolling. This is the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters pre-final. Montalato, Presti, Mardan, Matthews. Corey Matthews, good to see some speed out of the 515. I think they've had speed all weekend, actually. Just haven't had a lot of the brakes go their way, although that looks like Matthews maybe getting shoehorned right there. Was that Frank the Tank in the 508? I do believe it was. 515 at Corey Matthews. Francisco Vassallo, and I think Luis Gautier also got around. We'll see here. Yeah, Matthews drops from 4th to 6th. So Vassallo and Gautier both go around. The 515 of Matthews. Morn Von Tock runs 7th. Quinones 8th. Breinstein 9th. Rondet, Choquette, and Rodriguez, the top 12. All of them are chasing. Jose Montalato, Scott Presti, and Mardan, your front 3 here. And you know the name of the game by this point. In this pre-final, you started however you ran in your heat races cumulatively, and now it's a straight up, heads up, how you finish here is how you roll off for your final tomorrow. A 12-minute plus 2 lap race was shortened to 10 minutes plus 2 laps for our ROK Shifter Masters driver. Gautier has gotten around Vassallo and now runs 4th. So watch the 599 here of Gautier as Corey Matthews rolls up on the back bumper. Vassallo, the man they call Frank the Tank. But now Matthews has a challenge in the form of the 521 of Quinones. Morn Von Tock in the 568, Frank the Tank, Vassallo, Luis Gautier right up in front of them. That's this 4, 5, 6 car battle. Change of position right there. Quinones and Daniel Breinstein trade position. So Quinones is going to go from 8th back to 9th. Move Breinstein up a position. Gautier with Vassallo, Von Tock, and Matthews close behind already. Montalato's quick pace has opened up a 1.3 second advantage. There's the 508 and the 568. Vassallo and Von Tock hustling it down the side straightaway. Here they come through turn 12. Now let's see here. Von Tock gets a good run down the inside of Vassallo. Vassallo doesn't let him have it, though. He says, no soup for you. And he holds on to that 5th position. Von Tock is going to have to try it again a little bit later on. And that allows Corey Matthews to get just a little bit closer. Didn't totally erase their gap, but Matthews now within shouting distance at least. Quinones, Breinstein continue to go back and forth. How about right here? Does Frank the Tank leave the door open? Yes, he does. And finally, Von Tock is able to go on through. They're not done racing side by side, not yet. Vassallo comes back and takes it away from him, and that allows Corey Matthews to come through. So Matthews breaks up the Von Tock-Vassallo fight. Vassallo, Von Tock, and Matthews throwing elbows here in ROK Shifter Masters. Good stuff, as Corey Matthews now has to fend off a challenge from Von Tock, who just kind of saw himself on the losing end of a 3-cart swing, really. Up front, ain't no thing. Jose Montalado continues to just drive away into the sunset, and the sun's not even setting yet here. Corey Matthews, and that's the 5:06, it looks like, of Breinstein. Where's Quinones? Quinones is right there, also in this fight. Quinones has slipped behind Breitenstein, apologies. Rondet is 10th, Choquette 11th, and Sergio Rodriguez 12th. Sebastian Choquette and his family and some fellow countrymen from the Great White North, Canada, come down here to Florida to contest the Florida Winter Tour with ROK Cup USA. Had the pleasure to meet Choquette, 2 days ago now, and a professional up in Quebec, and spends his leisure time coming down here to race. His family's in the business of supplying road barriers to big, major, massive construction projects all throughout that part of Canada. Very busy guy. Doesn't have the time to come and race as much as he'd like, obviously, but heck, who does? We all want to race a little bit more, am I right? And so Choquette is here. He's got Greg Bell helping those guys over there on the Formula carts. And if you were watching this and you've been around and you're as old as I am, you know the name Greg Bell. And Greg's a real smart guy, fantastic member of the karting community. I got to go with Greg down to Bermuda when Scott Barnes was putting on the Keen Limited Grand Prix down there in Hamilton, Bermuda. And Greg and Chris Enderline, who's working now for RPG here at the Florida Winter Tour. I mean, he works for RPG everywhere, but they're at the Florida Winter Tour this weekend. Greg Bell and Chris Enderlin and myself, we got to go down there and put on a shifter kart race in Bermuda, and that was a whole lot of fun. Change for position right there as the 599 at Gaudier gets around Mardan. Laurento Mardan with the Techno Kart brand here this weekend at round 1 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Got a chance to meet him and his team over there in the pit area a couple of days ago as well. Back on Thursday when we had a little bit more downtime and could walk around. Charlie Ropke is racing out of that team. And going to talk more about Charlie tomorrow during his final, and hopefully more moving through this Florida Winter Tour. But Charlie and his dad out here racing and doing something I haven't heard said in a long time at a go-kart race. They're here to have fun. Yes, they're here to have fun. And so they're racing with Laurento Mardan. He's 4th right now. You're watching him in this ROK Shifter Masters pre-final. Clock ticking down nearly to 0. Just over a minute left in this one. Montalto, the guy's going to get bored leading this much. I swear. I don't think he's going to have as good of a time as he thinks he is. That's a joke, of course. He's loving it right now. He's got his kart doing exactly what he needs it to do, and that's get up front, stay out front, and pick up heat race and pre-final wins. There goes the 599 of Gaudier. He's having a great race himself right now, Luis is. We just watched him get around Mardan about a lap and a half ago. Should be seeing the white flag fly. I'm sorry, 2 to go next time by. There's your race leader, though, Jose Montalto. And Scott Presti has kind of just hung right there in second this whole weekend. at least through a lot of what we've been watching. Shaggy, our chief starter, has got the rolled up checkered and white flags in his hands, ready to go. Here comes Montalto. He'll see him. The first to see him. 2 laps remaining. There you go. As Montalto only has a lap and some change now to remain perfect, and that's what he's done. Every time he's been out on track, he's been dominant like this, and he's not just driven away and coasted. He lays down the fastest lap pretty much every session. Back on lap 11, he posted a 46.85. He's the only driver to get below the 47-second barrier here in this pre-final for the ROK Shifter Masters. So the guy isn't exactly taking it easy. Really stretching the legs right now of his kart and finding out exactly what it can do. Shaggy's getting the white flag here, ready to go. We did some digging. Turns out they call him Shaggy not because of how he looks currently, but how he used to look previously. Real long, bushy hair in a land far, far away in a time not so far ago. Also tall and lanky, representing the character from Scooby-Doo. Right now, the white flag is in his hands, and Montalto has already seen it. Presti, Gaudier, Mardan, no change in the front 4. Rondette has worked to 5th. He started this race in the 10th position, the 5:26 of Rondette did. Von Taka 6th, Quinones 7th, Matthews and Vassallo with Breitenstein, the top 10. Out of the final corner, checkered flag waves, and it's another one. A pre-final victory and a Sunday final pole position for Jose Montalto. Scott Presti, 2.5 seconds back. I think we've seen the gap get bigger than that today already in ROK Shifter Masters. Gaudier finishes 3rd, Mardan 4th, and Rondette, like I said, he goes +5. Great run for Rondette as he goes from 10th to 5th here in the pre-final. Von Tock 6th, Quinones 7th, Matthews, Vassallo, and Breitenstein your top 10. Choquette and Rodriguez complete the running order in 11th and 12th. That'll do it for the VTM Racing ROK Shifter Masters pre-final. Chuck Yoder's doing a great job out here, folks, but he needs to get back on track and not poking me. Good look right there of your grid that has just been released for our next pre-final. Rolling out on track now. This is the RPG, Rollison Performance Group, ROK Pro GP. Karting is all about letters, just arranged in a unique way, I think. RPG, ROK GP Pro. It all comes out in the wash, though. Rollison Performance Group brings you the pre-final action here for ROK GP Pro, ROK GP Senior out on track. Jacob Kolar and Stephen Miller, your front row. Blake Nash and Frankie Mossman make up row number 2. Santiago Fernandez and Joseph Looney complete row number 3. Diego Ramos, Ernesto Rivera, Noah Jackson, and Alessandro De Tullio make up your top 10. 11th is Christian Garduno, 12th is Nolan Bauer, 13th is Xavier Suarez, 14th is Camilio Trappa, Gennaro Trappa, Harley Keeble, Ricardo Dominguez, and Grayson McDonald are 17th and 18th, Esteban Hernandez and Dominic Caray, your top 20. As they come into the tram lanes, Chuck Yoder better get on out of there because the revs go up and it's about to go down here in pre-final action for ROK GP Pro. Does everybody get through? Yeah, they do. They kicked a couple of those Tech Pro barriers sideways. We got one facing the wrong direction in the middle of the track. Everybody's able to avoid the cart sitting the wrong way. And up front, Kolar brings them down into the infield for the first time. Your pole sitter's your race leader. Great shot right there as all of our GP Pro drivers funnel in to that very tight turn 5. And it's this way in anything you watch, folks, as there's a battle for the lead. 2, maybe 3 karts now. Kolar's going to give way. Was that Mossman? Lap 1 in the books here as your leaders come along. Santiago Fernandez, the race leader. And he brings Stephen Miller along with him. Where did Kolar get shuffled back to? So Santiago Fernandez, your race leader. And this track may look wide on the broadcast. It happens in pretty much every form of motorsports you watch on television or streaming or anything. But I promise you folks, this track is not as wide as it looks on your stream at home. Walked the track myself Thursday night. And yes, it is narrow. Little bit of bumping and banging right there. One driver gets 2 wheels up in the air, but is able to keep it pointed in the right direction. We've seen that a couple times here today. That just shows you how physical the karting is these days, and especially when as much is on the line as it is here at the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We check back in now up front. 377 of Stephen Miller trying to reel back in the front 2. Diego Ramos and Santiago Fernandez. They're your front 2 coming out of turn number 5. But Miller's got to be careful because he's got Ernesto Rivera and Frankie Mossman behind him. Jacob Kolar fell from the pole all the way down to the 21st position. They are shucking and jiving right now here in ROK GP Pro. And is that Miller already caught up to Diego Ramos? No, it's Ernesto Rivera who's gotten around to Stephen Miller. Oh man, they are all over each other. It's a hornet's nest right now. That's the 300 of Frankie Mossman, the 314 of Blake Nash. Stephen Miller's just at the front end of all this as well. The 344 of Ricardo Dominguez also up in the mix here. And it's full-on contact sport right now. Oh, the 344 it looks like of Ricardo Dominguez made contact with one driver up in front of him. I'm not positive who it was, so I don't want to call out the wrong number, but that driver popped 2 wheels, then 4 wheels up in the air, landed, definitely lost some positions. It might have been Nolan Bauer, too. It had to be, because both Dominguez and Bauer are flying down the running order. One car pulls off, takes a hard left on the front straightaway. Sounds like we got another cart turned around somewhere.
Leaders.
The 313 of Ramos has the 399 of Fernandez behind him, and that's because Diego Ramos is your new race leader. Cartnastics, as Ashley Graff mentioned. I guess that's a combination of kart and gymnastics. Let's see here what Miller can do on Ernesto Rivera. Not close enough, not yet, but man, he's awful close to making something happen. Harley Keeble goes purple. 46.54 Keeble, your quickest card out on the track. There you see the fight for 3rd and 4th. The 304 of Rivera runs in 3rd. 377 of Miller in 4th. Alessandro De Tullio right back behind in the 5th position. Ashley already talked to De Tullio after he picked up the win in ROK VLR Senior. De Tullio hears us talking about him. He goes right around Stephen Miller. De Tullio from 5th now up to 4th. 314 of Blake Nash now trying to bump his teammate Stephen Miller back up a little bit higher up the running order. Psych! He's going to go right on the inside and pass him. The 314 of Blake Nash picks up a position, and it's on his teammate Stephen Miller. Now Blake Nash will set his sights on DeTulio. DeTulio just disposed quite quickly of Stephen Miller in the 377. Miller scored in the 5th position. Right now you're going to see him drop down to at least 6th because Blake Nash got around him. Blake, son of Nash Motorsports team owner Seth Nash. A prominent karting team and a prominent force out on the West Coast, based out of the southern-ish area, the southern part of California. And Nash and his boys have been wreaking havoc in the single-speed categories for a pretty long time now. Big time, kind of kingpin of the SCUSA karting scene, and so now to see him get up to speed here and really be a force to be reckoned with here in ROK Cup USA racing, that doesn't surprise anybody. I promise you that. Diego Ramos still leads Santiago Fernandez. Ernesto Rivera's in 3rd. DeTulio is in 4th. Blake Nash and Harley Keeble. Keeble's had great speed. Your pole sitter, Jacob Kolar, goes purple, 46.38. The only problem is he's all the way buried in the 12th position. The 304 of Ernesto Rivera and Harley Keeble both worked around. Or no, check that. Blake Nash got around Stephen Miller for 6th, and that's as high as he's been in this race, I believe. Blake, well, he started the pre-final in 3rd and slipped back, but he's worked his way back up to 6th. Harley Keeble just in front. Keeble runs 5th. Keeble started this race in 16th and is up to the 5th position. Great run for the driver of the 311, Harley Keeble, and again has proven to be one of the fastest karts on track, going purple at least once or twice as this race has gone on. Fight for position right there. 311 Harley Keeble, Blake Nash. DeTulio, Ernesto Rivera. Let's watch this fight. Should be for the 3rd position down into turn number 1. Harley Keeble and Fernandez. Keeble's going to get the spot. Keeble's march to the front just continues here. Fernandez drops back a position from 3rd to 4th. Harley Keeble in the 311. Coming up on a minute remaining here in ROK GP Pro's pre-final. Keeble goes purple back on lap number 9, 46.21. Quickest lap of this race we've seen to this point. Nash Motorsports teammates bringing the fight back and forth to each other. Miller and Nash not slowing down. They know that at this point, hey, it's every man for themselves. Every position you can get is really going to help when you get to the pre-final, or when you get through this pre-final and into Sunday's final. The Nash guys look like they have Frankie Mossman not far behind, the 300 car in 8th, trying to go +2. 7th and 6th are the karts in front of him, Nash and Miller. Noah Jackson and Joseph Loney, the top 10. Clock set to strike 0 here, not too long. Keeble goes purple again, 46.20 for the driver in 3rd. From 16th to 3rd, that has got to be the biggest mover of this race, at least, if not the biggest mover, one of them. So that's Ernesto Rivera trying to chase down Santiago Fernandez to stay inside the top 5 here. The sticks have been shown. 10 minutes down, 2 to go here. Diego Ramos. Alessandro De Tullio. And where is Keeble? Looks like your leaders are coming into the infield now here. Side-by-side racing continues to stay hot and heavy. The 399, the 377. That's Stephen Miller, Ernesto Rivera, and Santiago Fernandez, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Highly contested. White flag waves here, 1 lap to go for your race leader, Diego Ramos. De Tullio in 2nd. One driver drops the right sides. Might have been the 346 at Kohler. Yeah, I think it might have been, because he's trying to do everything he can to get as close back up to the front as possible. Checkered flag is going to be the next flag that waves for Diego Ramos. His lead, 0.8 of a second, nearly 1 full second back. 1 goes around, 2 goes around. That's one of the Nash carts, the 314 of Blake Nash. Not sure on the other one, but Nash gets collected, as does another one of the drivers, right in that 6th, 7th, 8th battle. Checkered flag is out, and it's going to wave for Diego Ramos in the 313 at the line. There's your pre-final winner. De Tullio 2nd. Keeble goes 16th to 3rd. What a move! What a move. What are you talking about? How about what a bunch of moves? He had to make a ton of moves to go from 16th to 3rd. Rivera 4th, Miller 5th. And it was Santiago Fernandez, it looks like, who loses 13, 14, 15 positions. Fernandez must have been the other driver involved in the incident that we saw in the last lap there with Blake Nash in the 314. Fernandez still not done, as he was never able to get refired, it seems. So, man, hate to see that, but love to see good racing like that a little bit farther back behind the podium positions. I know it's a pre-final, no podium, but still, really good stuff. Ashley Graff is outside in the scale area, and we're going to hear her talk to a driver or two. I'm hoping she checks in with 16th place starter Harley Keeble and asks about that race.
We're going to head on over here and talk to him real quick if he has a second. Harley, do you have a quick moment? You went from 16th to 3rd. How did you do it?
Well, the start wasn't particularly great. I mean, it was a bit messy at the start, and then the speed carried me to the front and just picked them off one at a time. And yeah, at the end I was just backing off a little bit, to start in a good position for the final, because if I start on the outside, it's going to be a mess again.
Yeah, well, that was an incredibly fun race to watch. Was it fun to participate in?
Oh yeah, for sure. The funnest races are when you go from at the back to the front. So yeah, it was good.
Well, that is absolutely fantastic, and I wish you the best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Let's talk to the guys who got 1st and 2nd here. Guys, you got a minute for a quick word? How'd the race go for you?
Good. The start, like Harley said, wasn't great. We both started on the outside, so got pushed wide and fell back I don't know how many places, and then just had to work my way up forward. And yeah, it was a hectic race, but I'm glad I got through it.
What is your strategy going into the final tomorrow?
The strategy is to hopefully get a good start. On the outside it's not easy, but try to get down to the inside and then go from there. And it's a long race, so I don't know what can happen.
So, technical difficulties, unfortunately, there, as Ashley was checking in with the guys that finished up at the front of the field, but I think we got her back. Let's go back to Ashley.
Was great for me before the pre-final. Wasn't great. We started 7th in that race, and we did a good start and win the race was really good for us. I think the pace is here. Let's see tomorrow.
Any strategies going into the final tomorrow?
Make a clean start and let's see what happens.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Of course.
Great job, Ashley. Thanks a bunch for talking to some drivers down there in the scale area. And, man, yeah, Harley Keeble, 16th to 3rd. That's no joke. That was really fun to watch. She was right about that. That was a very fun race to watch. ROK GP Pro all wrapped up. Next time you'll see them on track will be for their final tomorrow afternoon. Diego Ramos and Alessandro De Tullio, pending any issues in tech or with the stewards, will lead that field to the green flag. So now on track, we have our next pre-final. It is the ROK Micro group brought to you by U-Race. And these kids are ready to go racing, and Chuck Yoder says, I'm not ready to go racing. They see the yellow flags all the way around the track. I looked up and thought I had a few seconds to tell you about some of these starters, where they would start. And I heard the revs coming up already as they came out of the final corner, and that's usually not going to work. Micros are making their way back around, and we're going to stack them up here, get them ready to go. Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez should be your front row. We'll make sure, yep, that's how they're looking as they work their way through the infield. Sun just starting to dip down behind us here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Homestead, Miami, Florida. But what Saturday in Homestead, Miami isn't beautiful? None. That's the answer. Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez, your front row. Win Godschalk and Liam Nakawati, probably not saying that right, start third and fourth. Santiago Orioli rolls off fifth. Lawrence Perriman, sixth. Matias Dominguez, Nico Salazar, seventh and eighth. Luca Beckerel and Liam Francisco, the top 10. This start looks a lot better, and the lights will go out, and we will not go racing. Psych, the lights don't go out. These micros are just a little ready to go. They're a little jacked up. They're all excited. U-Race presenting the micro on track action for us here today. Zane Burgess and Miguel Suarez, your front row. They're going to get one more shot at it here, and then typically if you have two failed attempts at a start, you will see the front row be moved to the second row, and the second row, which is made up of Godschalk and Nachawati, would get the chance at running as the front row and bringing them down to the green flag here. So here we go, attempt number 3 at lights out here in the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final. How you finish here is how you start tomorrow's final in round number 1 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Zane Burgess on the inside, Suarez on the outside, Godschalk. Wow, big power move right there by Suarez. You hope there's no issue with that start. Sometimes the inside line just doesn't get going, and that very well could have been what happened because Zane Burgess runs second to Miguel Suarez off that lights out. Now they're side by side down in turn number 5, and it's Burgess saying, I'm going to take that lead right back. Makes the move on the inside of turn number 5, and then through 6, 7, and 8 they roll now. Burgess from the pole to second, back to the race lead here, all in the first half lap of this race. 8 minutes plus 2 laps. It was originally a 10-minute plus 2 lap race, shortened to 8 plus 2. Don't ask me why. We lost a minute. So a small change to the schedule. But you know what the good news is about a change in schedule? The racing is still awesome. And we get to watch it right here, right now. If you're joining us live on ROK Cup USA's YouTube page, we sure appreciate having you. Zane Burgess appreciates having you watch him walk out in front of this field right now. The pole sitter slotted back to second off the initial start. Miguel Suarez jumped from the outside of row number 1. You heard Ashley Graff talk to a couple drivers about that back in the scale line after a few of our pre-finals. Hey, where would you rather be? The inside, the outside of row 1? And there's mixed responses on that. Of course, these micro drivers are no different. They're going to have a way they feel about it, or at least their mechanics and their dads are going to have a way they feel about it. Gottschalk back up to third after slipping back to fourth off the initial start. Santiago Orioli saw some really bad luck strike Orioli at the start of the second micro heat race. That was the first official on-track session we saw this morning, because qualifying in Heat 1 was ran yesterday afternoon amongst some kind of wild and wacky weather conditions. It never really rained, but it also was not really dry. It was just kind of South Florida-y outside, and that caused for some really interesting track conditions. And these micros were victim to it as well. In fact, the micro qualifying session is kind of where yesterday got pretty crazy. An accident in qualifying caused a red flag to come out that kind of held up the program and changed everything for the remaining qualifying sessions and the first round of heats. But where we're going with this is Santiago Orioli got run into over in turn number 4 on the second lap of his heat race here in ROK Micro while leading. He was out in front leading this race and got removed from that front position and lost the chance to earn very few points in the heats. Started this pre-final in the 5th position, but is doing a great job right now of holding station right there in P5. And he knows that if he stays there, that's an inside row 3 starting spot for tomorrow's A-main event. Down the side straightaway into turn number 12. Let's take a look at him, how they run here. Zane Burgess, boy, he's opened up quite a lead. Half of a second last time by. I reckon to believe it's going to be a bit bigger. 1.2 seconds to Suarez now. Gottschalk in third, Orioli fourth, Matias Dominguez fifth, Perriman sixth, Nakawati 7th, Lopez, Stoffel, and Salazar, your top 10. We got one facing sideways here on the exit of 12. Looks like the 15 maybe? The 19. Check that. No, it is the 15 of Zev Gottschalk. Zev Gottschalk didn't see if that was an assisted spin or a solo spin, but the 15's race is done as he will be pushed to the infield to the left of the front straightaway here. Zev getting up and out of the cart. Santiago Orioli loses a spot to Matias Dominguez. Orioli, Nakawati, Perriman, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. It's cart number 2 on the outside. So Perriman, Cooper, Lopez, some of the drivers we're following right now. Checking in on the battle for second and third right now. Miguel Suarez brings them in to the front straightaway. Win Gottschalk with a good run of steam. Gottschalk's going to pull out to the inside. Gottschalk down to the inside, and there he goes right on by the 26 of Miguel Suarez. Gottschalk from third up to second. Cart 25 and cart 26 trade positions. I'm sure they planned it just like that. So now Gottschalk takes over the second position. But Suarez is, right there. And I mean right there. Suarez now to the inside into turn number 10. Suarez takes second position back. Moves Suarez to P2. Gottschalk went from third to second, now back to third, all in a lap's work. That's the fight for second place as they come across the start-finish line inside of a minute to go before these drivers see 2 laps remaining. Good stuff right here as these young drivers sort out who's going to finish and start where in tomorrow's final. Turn 4, great passing opportunity. Does Gottschalk get close enough? No, not yet. Mateus Dominguez rides behind them in fourth. Liam Nakawati in fifth. Orioli sixth. Lopez, Perriman, Beckrell, Stoffel, the top 10. And Suarez now able to open up just a small advantage. So as these leaders come across the line, they see the clock has hit 0. So 3 laps remaining here. Now this fight for second is starting to catch up to lap traffic. They do a great job of working around the slower driver in the hairpin turn number 4. The U-Race ROK Micro pre-final coming into the closing laps here. Zane Burgess, a 4.1 second lead. That is longer than most people's attention span these days. 4.1 seconds. And Zane Burgess, well, he's already seen those 2 to go flags. Suarez and Gottschalk pick them up themselves. Dominguez in fourth. Not a lot of time remaining here. So that's exactly why Gottschalk pulls out to the inside and throws it down in turn number 5 and goes right around the 26 of Suarez. Gottschalk now back to second. Suarez was able to repass for second within the same lap the last time we saw this happen. But maybe Gottschalk learned from that mistake. Knew that when he got around, he's going to have to drive a little bit more defensively and defend that inside pass. The white flag is in the air. 1 to go. Zane Burgess started out front. He's trying to stay out front. Lap traffic once again playing a factor in this fight for second position. Zane Burgess is so far out in front, he hasn't really had to worry about it. Now Suarez, can he do it to Gottschalk where Gottschalk did it to him? He's going to try. He's going to look to the inside, and he's going to do it. Hip checks Gottschalk just a little bit, but moves Suarez from third back up to second. Now it's all on Gottschalk. Less than 5 corners to go here as they head for 10 and 11. Zane Burgess is going to work his way down the side straightaway through the final corner. The checkered flag is going to wave. Zane Burgess locks in the pole position for tomorrow's final. Suarez and Gottschalk, one last chance here, but it's going to be the 26 of Suarez. And Gottschalk with either a thumbs up or another hand gesture. Didn't get the best look at it. But Suarez and Gottschalk battle it out for second position. Dominguez ends up fourth. Nakawati fifth. Santiago Orioli sixth. Beckrell seventh. Perriman eighth. Cananchi 9th, and Cooper Lopez your top 10. ROK Micro brought to you by U-Race. Their pre-final done and dusted here in Homestead, Miami, Florida. And we're getting down to the marrow of it here, folks. ROK Junior, VLR Master, and Pro ROK Shifter are all that we've got left. Zane Burgess is your winner here in the U-Race ROK Micro pre-final.
Yep, I'm good.
Fabio Orsolon and Orsolon Racing bring us our next pre-final, as it is the ROK GP Junior category. Brady Yeager leaning over and making a few last-second adjustments to Diego Ardiles. I know enough about Brady Yeager to let you know that when he was a very young child, he was afraid of trees. Okay? That tuner, that mechanic, that strong, confident gentleman that is making sure the 297 of Diego Ardiles is fast enough and ready enough to go out there and win this pre-final. He's walking away from that cart right now. Don't let a tree jump out at that kid, man. He's going to freak out at you, or at least he would have, 5 or 10 years ago. Diego Ardiles, Brady Yeager's driver, is going to start on the inside of row number 1. Onto his outside will be the 209 of Amador Martinez Sainz. Sebastian Garzon picked up the win in VLR Junior. They'll square off against Ardiles and the rest of this field here in ROK GP Junior. Again, brought to you by Orsolon Karting. Garzon starts third. Sarah Bradley has been just kind of a silent assassin through these heat races. Bradley rolls off in the 4th position aboard cart number 258. Nathan Dupuis starts 5th. Chase Gasol-Lee starts 6th. Renzo Barboy starts 7th, and Oliver Mrak rolls off 8th. Marco Romero and Pierce Wade, your top 10. Cole Medeiros starts 11th, Edward Kennedy 12th. As the field makes their way around the track. Our Orsolon Racing ROK GP Junior pre-final comes into the tram lanes. This and 2 more pre-finals, and Saturday in Homestead will be done. Diego Ardiles on the inside, Martinez Sainz on the outside, but can Garzon make something happen from row number 2? The lights go out, and we're already racing through turns 2 and 3 up to the top side of the racetrack into the hairpin, turn number 4, and Garzon has worked his way from 3rd to 2nd. No surprise there. He's been a master at making that inside line work for him, whether he starts down on the inside or not. Beautiful shot we just saw there of the sun continuing to set to our backs here inside the press suite and tower, high above the front straightaway here at AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. It's a perfect South Florida Saturday afternoon. Lap number 1 comes to a close. Ardiles, your leader. Martinez Sainz slips back to 3rd after starting in 2nd. He's got to be careful because he's got Dupuis not too far behind him. Sebastian Garzon goes from 3rd to 2nd, +1 on the start, and he's the quickest car on the track after only 1 circuit. They work their way out of turn 4, now down to turn number 5. Garzon doesn't look like he wants to waste any time at all. He isn't close enough yet, but I think as soon as he is, one driver runs way wide. That's the 299. For a moment it looks like Oliver Maroc lost brakes, but I don't think that's the case. I think maybe he got a little bit of help on corner entry, and that shot him flying past the braking and turn-in point for turn number 5. He's able to gather it back up, get it pointed in the right direction, but Maroc is going to fall from 5th position way, way, way down the leaderboard. Just see Diego Ardiles right there. Almost looked like he was going to rip a piece of tape off the radiator, but almost seemed like he was just almost adjusting it to get that engine temperature exactly where he wants it for prime operating conditions. Garzon, about as close as he was a lap ago here, heading into turn number 5. How far does Maroc fall? Turn 5 a lap ago is where overshot the braking mark, and again, I'm not positive he didn't have help, but Maroc falls all the way from 5th to 19th, dead last here in this ROK GP Junior pre-final. Orsilon Racing bringing you this ROK Junior pre-final. Orsilon Racing bringing you the leader as the 255 of Garzon makes quick work of the 297 RPGs for Diego Ardiles. Man, I said it, as soon as Garzon gets within reach out and grab him distance, he's not going to waste much time. And I think it's because he knows that Ardiles is very capable of pulling away. These two obviously race with each other a lot. Whether it was last weekend, right here for the battle of the lead, down into turn number 1, Ardiles cuts it about as close as you can, and he knows that because he just felt a shot from Sebastian Garzon. But these two drivers, they race against each other a lot. You could tell, one, just based on how competitive they are, they're going to find each other on track probably every time, exactly where they are, up at the front, but they also race with a lot of respect and a lot of knowledge for how the other one's, going to handle any given situation. Ardiles and Garzon have traded the lead already twice in this race, and Garzon plans to continue that back and forth swapping. Of course he does. He's in the 2nd position right now, and he wants to get back out in front. Ardiles clicks off another lap out at the front. Was he purple? He was for a moment. That is until Martinez Sainz runs across the line. Now it's Sarah Bradley, the young lady aboard the 258. Sarah Bradley, your quickest car on track, thanks to a lap of 47.91. 2 laps ago, this is where we saw Garzon strike to take the lead. He's not close enough, at least not that lap. Ardiles brings him out of 5 through 6, now into the hairpin, or the meat of the infield right there, the double right-hander. 7 and 8. Now out of 9, comes towards our camera, the top of turn 10. Martinez Sainz, back in 3rd, was quick for a moment until Sarah Bradley ripped off a 47.91. We're going to try to move back just a little bit and see what we can find. Like that right there, one driver hard into the barriers. That's in turn number 1. There's 2 carts sitting there. Or no, that's not turn number 1. I apologize. That looks like turn number 10 underneath our camera stand. On the outside of turn number 10, yellow lights flashing between 9 and 10. So Ardiles and Garzon now come through the recently cleaned up turn number 10. Two drivers were off right there. And we're going to pick up the battle for third, it looks like, as they go through the final corner here. That should be Martinez, Sainz, and Dupuis. Dupuis just went around. We just caught the tail end of that pass. Dupuis now into the third position. Remember, Dupuis went around back in the VLR Junior heat race number 2 earlier this morning. Artie Carpenter was quick to catch me with the name correction. Hashtag shout out Artie Carpenter, engineer on Will Powers' Penske, Team Penske IndyCar. Artie Carpenter's been out here doing the Florida Winter Tour with Rollison Performance Group and represented Team USA in the Rotax World Finals not too long ago. I think the year they went to Portugal. So big thanks to Artie for watching and helping me out with some of these names here on my first weekend back to the Florida Winter Tour. Dupuis went around Martinez, Sainz 1 lap ago for the third position. Sarah Bradley in 5th. Major Makovskis in that 242 cart runs 7th right now. Marco Romero's behind him. Pierce Wade's just up in front of him. And Makovskis started this race back in the 14th position. Major's now up to 7th, last time by. Ardiles has opened his lead to 7/10 of a second over Garzon. Dupuis 3rd, Martinez, Sainz 4th. The 271 of Romero, we just saw him flash by underneath the camera stand in turn number 1. Ardiles just out here, Jay chillin' out in front. And you can see that visibly, that gap has grown to nearly a full second back to Sebastian Garzon. Garzon has a good lap, and he's able to cut in a little bit to Diego Ardiles' lead, but it's not very much at all. Garzon last time by went 47.32. Ardiles was a 47.37. But I'll tell you, this is why I said earlier on in the race that Garzon, if he could catch and pass Ardiles, he would, because I believe that he knew that Ardiles had this kind of getaway, runaway speed. And whether I was right or I was just taking a shot in the dark, it's exactly what's happened. Ardiles, when left alone with clean track and nobody kind of bothering him, he's been able to put some speed down and some time between he and the rest of this field. Good shot right there of the 209 of Amador Martinez Sainz and the 258 of Sarah Bradley. Sarah Bradley, again, yeah, we've talked about her a little bit here and there, but not quite nearly enough. Bradley is close. Is she close enough to make a move? Heck yes, she is. Push her through from 5th up to 4th. Martinez Sainz now back to the 5th position. Bradley caught that just in the nick of time. So Sarah Bradley goes up another position. Started this race in the 4th spot, fell back a little bit at the start. She was 5th, now she's 4th once again. 30 seconds left on the clock here, so our leaders are going to come down and get this lap, and they'll see 2 to go when they come back around, so 3 laps remaining here. Great move right there by Sarah Bradley. I genuinely didn't think she was close enough coming out of turn number 4 on that run down into turn number 5, but boy, I sure was wrong. And Garzon now makes a move in that very same corner. Ardiles maybe caught sleeping a little bit. Garzon takes the race lead away as they'll see 2 to go when they get back to the starter stand. Garzon silently sneaks back up. Ardiles had pulled away to something like 8/10 or a full second advantage over Garzon. But Garzon says it's not over. It's far from over. 2 laps remaining. Ardiles is going to have to get on his horse and ride now if he wants to pick up this pre-final win and that all-important inside row 1 starting position for tomorrow's final. But Garzon, he's not going to make it easy. He's going to defend on corner entry down to the inside, and he's going to make that number 255 get nice and wide on corner exit. Lap and a half to go here as they work through the infield section. Garzon, Ardiles, Dupuis. Could Dupuis get there if these two start racing each other side by side? Stay tuned and find out. They make their way down the side straightaway. They'll see the white flag flying when they get there. 1 lap to go for your race leaders. Ardiles, is he close enough? No, not yet. How about turn number 1? White flag in the air. Ardiles runs down the front straightaway. Not close enough to make the move. He'll stay right in the tire tracks of Garzon. Garzon has got to be smart right here. Ardiles to the inside of 4. There is no inside. Garzon cut off his legs and made sure there was nowhere he could go. That's exactly what he does here into 5. Ardiles pushes his way on through. Ardiles back to the race lead with half a lap. Garzon shoehorns his spot back into the inside. They almost touch through 7. Out of 8. Garzon back in front. Ardiles has 3. Now 2 corners after they get out of 10 here to make something happen. Garzon used up just enough track to take away any momentum Ardiles had, and it's going to play into his favor. Checkered flag wave. Sebastian Garzon scores the pre-final win here in Orsilon Racing, ROK GP Junior. And once again, I say to you, that's the way. I like it. Sebastian Garzon and Diego Ardiles have a knockdown, drag-out fight over the last quarter of this race. Even the medics are filming this one. It's so good. You can see him back there by the ambulance. He's got his iPhone up. He's Facebook Live. He better not be, because we're on YouTube Live right now. He's Snapchatting right now. He's saying, did you guys just see Sebastian Garzon get around Diego Ardiles for that win? That was hashtag crazy. VLR Masters, they're up next. They got quite a show to live up to. That was a great race in the Orsilon Racing ROK GP Junior pre-final. Fabio Orsilon, that guy never stops smiling. You know he's going to be smiling after that one. You got one of his tuners right here repping that Orsilon Racing t-shirt. There's Fabio right there. He's smiling. Fabio Orsilon smiles when he sleeps. Or so I'm told. We're getting ready for VLR Masters coming up next.
Go for an all-you-can-eat tuna bar. Not the fish.
And it's a storybook sunset. Oh, look at that. Wherever you're watching live right now, I bet that makes you warm, and you're thinking, oh boy, I need to get myself a nice drink, and because that's where we're living right now, dog. That is Homestead, Miami on a Saturday evening. It is nice. It's a great time of year here at the Florida Winter Tour with ROK Cup USA. You know, when Mike Burrell called me and said, hey, can you come do the Florida Winter Tour? I said, I don't know, Mike. Indiana in January, We were 2 degrees last week. I kind of want to stick around for that. I might be pretty happy I took his offer to come down here and do this. Chuck Yoder puts him into the tram lanes. This is ROK VLR Masters. This is sometimes the best looking grid because these guys take it nice and slow. They know you're not going to win it in the first corner, but you sure can lose it. One guy throws his hands up in the air. He's like, you guys all left without me. It's a clean start, though. Everybody's off and running here. Alfonso Santiago leads the way early on here in this ROK VLR Masters pre-final. This class brought to you by Mosport Karting Center. Mosport Karting Center, the presenting sponsor of ROK VLR Masters. Everybody gets away cleanly here, and they make their way into the infield for the first time. It's a 10-minute plus 2-lap pre-final. And the race for the lead, Santiago Quinones. Yeah, that's Luis Quinones right there. And Quinones double duty this weekend. Lots of track time. And I don't always... Sometimes that's not always a good thing, because if you're in double duty, you're in 2 different types of karts, right? And it doesn't always translate over. But for Quinones, it's absolutely benefited him, because I think he's gotten quicker and quicker each time out on track. Santiago, your pole sitter, leads lap 1. Quinones up to 2nd. Ryan Molina started this race in the 5th position. He's up to 3rd. That's a positive gain of 2. That's some quick ROK Cup USA math for those of you at home. Sergio Rodriguez 4th. Legrand up to 5th. Toro 6th. Remember, he had some bad luck in the heat race this morning over in turn 2 on lap number 2. Pablo Ceballos in 7th, and Alexander Dalbon. Maybe he's the driver that was kind of throwing his hands up on the start. Dalbon has been in the mix for this one a lot throughout the weekend. So getting a botched start there, he's aware. He's way behind the 8 ball as we get into this very important pre-final. 1st and 2nd are way out in front. How about this fight for 3rd right here at the start-finish line heading down into turn number 1? That looks like Molina, Rodriguez, and Legrand. Molina, right as I start to talk about him and mention him, he starts to open up a little bit of a gap over Rodriguez and Legrand. So that's all right. We'll just watch those two, the 709 and the 778, racing for 4th on track. Sun continues to set here in Homestead, Miami, Florida. Santiago, comfortable lead already, 1.1 seconds. 51.31. Whoa, runs a little wide right there. The 778, was that the 709 of Rodriguez? Yes, it was. So Rodriguez starts to hear footsteps, runs wide. And you see Legrand move up. And the passing continues, as that's the 730 of Ceballos getting around Rodriguez, and that's a full half a lap later after Rodriguez ran off the track on the exit to turn 9. And that's what I'm talking about. Momentum is so important in these VLR races that even though Rodriguez drops 2 tires on the outside of turns 9 and 10, that momentum he lost a half a lap later allows Ceballos to throw out the hook and reel him back in. So you see Ceballos get around. He's going to go from 6th to 5th. Legrand in 4th. Molina 3rd. Quinones 2nd. And Santiago starting to drive off into the setting sun here in Homestead, Miami, Florida, as he's trying to lock up this pre-final win, making sure he starts on the inside of row number 1 for tomorrow's final, which will be the final before the final tomorrow, because it's the penultimate final. Penultimate, that's a $5 word for those of you back at home. Yeah, that's a great point, Jason. In this economy, it's more like a $7 word. The 710 of Santiago, so smooth through that tight infield section. Looks just phenomenally hooked up. That kart is doing exactly what he wants it to do right now. Look at his hands and just how smooth they are. How, they call it quiet hands. He's not twisting the wheel back and forth. He's not moving those front tires a ton, and that's why he's been able to lay down another purple lap. Santiago makes me look like I know what I'm talking about. 51.21 fastest lap of the race, and it's because he is so smooth on the wheel right now. The 710 driving away to a good lead here over the 721 of Luis Quinones. Ryan Molina still in third. As we look out over the track here at the AMR Motorplex, looking for our next battle. And here in VLR Masters right now, for the moment, they've all kind of sorted themselves out and are running right where they're running. We got one pre-final to go after this one. You're watching at home or here at the track, make sure you get somewhere where you can see it. The ROK Pro Shifter pre-final is coming up next. You're going to want to be about that. Santiago into the hairpin turn number 4. Quinones has put together some good laps here. Quinones goes purple last time by 51.11, and he takes about 3 or 4 tenths of a second almost out of Santiago's lead. So if he can do it again and lay down another really fast lap, this will obviously bode well for his attempt at going up there and getting the race lead and the win here in the pre-final. Still quite a bit of racing to go here, over 4.5, now just under 4.5 minutes of timed race before the 2 laps to go are brought up. 51.11, 7 tenths of a second. And again, Quinones goes a little bit quicker than Santiago, a 51.18. Boy, you look at Quinones' last couple of laps, and they are deadly, deadly consistent. A 51.18, a 51.11, and a 51.21. And that's what's allowed him to take another half of a tenth out of Santiago's race lead. Santiago had built himself up a second or just over a second advantage over Quinones, but Quinones, you can tell when you're in that position and you're inching closer and closer. And remember, all these guys have microns and timing on their steering wheels. They don't know what the guy in front of them's doing, obviously, but they can see when they're really just knocking out great laps. Quinones, well, he laid down a good lap, but it wasn't as good as the one Alfonso Santiago just posted. 51.04. That is now the new quickest lap of the race here in this VLR Masters pre-final, brought to you by our friends at Mosport Karting Center, the presenting sponsor here of ROK VLR Masters. And yeah, Santiago, 51.04. If he could get below the 51-second bracket here, that would be pretty crazy. Wants to get out of this pre-final in a good spot, and the best spot he could be in is where he's at right now. Kind of been a battle of the fast laps here, because when they're not right on top of each other and very close, it's hey, who can make up a little bit? And Santiago, he answers my request and goes sub 51 seconds. I said that'd be crazy. He goes, you know what? You know what's crazy, Tony? Doubting me. Alfonso Santiago goes 50.97 and gets below the 51-second bracket. Santiago 50.97, quickest lap of the race, and that grows his lead to nearly a full second over Quinones. Minute and a half to go here, or just a little bit more than that. And these VLR Master drivers, I mean, yeah, 59.7, that's a great lap, but Quinones, geez, the consistency out of the 721. Listen to these laps. 51.13, 51.15, 51.18. Now Quinones goes purple, 50.84. Willikers, that's a fast lap. But Santiago got out to such a good lead early, and himself has had purple laps, that it just might be too little too late. 50.84 to a 51.04. Quinones is just Mr. Consistency right now here in this the waning laps of this VLR Masters from the Mosport Karting Center pre-final. I know some people might think, oh man, they're not passing, they're not all over each other. But I think this is an important part of racing too. I think this is wildly entertaining when you see two guys going head to head for great laps like this. Wow. And a kind of a slow lap for Santiago at a 51.35 allows Quinones to get right there within 0.3 of a second. We thought this pre-final might kind of finish how we were watching them. I don't think that's the case at all. Quinones has a legit shot now at Santiago. Santiago did not have a good lap at all last time by 51.35. Meanwhile, Quinones went 50.92. It sounds like we're splitting hairs, but we're really not, folks. That's quite a difference. And Quinones is maybe going to see 2 to go right behind Santiago this time. Yeah, they're going to see the rolled up checkered and white. All right, now Santiago, dug down and found a little bit right there. Santiago posts a 51.07 to Quinones' 51.06. These guys are pushing it right now, doing everything they can. It's late in the day. They've been on these tires for quite a while now throughout heat racing action. Yes, the track has rubber in it, but that's not everything. 0.3 of a second here, and they're going to see the white flag when they get back to it. Quinones can taste blood in the water. Santiago is just trying to patch the hole right now and stay out in front. It was a second gap only a few laps ago, and now it's 0.3. Will it be less? Will it be more? White flag in the air. 1 lap remaining. Santiago's lead is smaller over Quinones because Quinones goes purple. 50.70. If you didn't think an 8-kart VLR Master race could be exciting, well, you were wrong. 1 lap to go here, 50.77. That's the best lap Santiago's laid down, but Quinones went even quicker with a 50.70. They tried to make something happen right there. Quinones did at the top of turn 4. I think he might have just used up a little bit too much on corner entry. He hiked that kart up on the inside curbing, and now you can see the lead has grown back out to probably 0.4, maybe a half of a second, and it's not going to help him. It's going to hurt him, in fact. Alfonso Santiago holds off a late race battle of the fast laps, and he wins. He pumps his fist, and he should, because that was kind of close there for a little bit. At least Santiago felt like it was. Alfonso Santiago and Luis Quinones have a little bit of a modified qualifying battle right there. And, hey, I think that was awesome. I think that was really cool. And racing's not always just back and forth passing, kids. It's sometimes laying down just out of your mind laps to try to get within striking distance, and it's being the guy in front that's laying down out of your mind laps to make sure no one can get to you. That's a big part of racing. It's not always just the passing. Santiago wins, Quinones second, and that's how they'll start for tomorrow's tomorrow's final after the conclusion of that VLR Masters Mossport Karting Center pre-final. So I guess that's it. We can all pack up and go home now, right? Nope, wrong. We got one more to go. It's the one that brought everybody to the fence last night for the first round of heat races. They've ran 2 heats, and now they're ready for the final pre-final. That's like an oxymoron. Jumbo shrimp, if you would. It's the final pre-final, and it's the PSL Karting ROK Pro Shifter. Look at Chef with his hands on his knees. He's ready to go. His driver, Mateus Morgado, in the zone. Chef's ready in the linebacker position. He's ready to go to battle here. Morgado and Saraceno, your front row. Michael Rico in third. Ryan Norberg making his first competitive laps in a shifter. Starts on the outside of row number 2. The order is given, and the shifters are pushed to life. Folks, if you're watching at home, you better get up, stand up, make sure you can see this one, because it's the pre-final for the PSL Karting ROK Pro Shifters here in Homestead. Morgado and Saraceno, your front row. Rico and Norberg, row number 2. Colin Daly and Davide Greco, row number 3. Justin White and Anthony Martella, row number 4. And completing the top 10 in row number 5, Michael Avancino and Andre Nicastro. Cabrera and Papau make up row number 6. Legrand and Garrett, row number 7. Wheeler, Alabahi, Verino, Murcia, Saravalli, and Isambard are how they'll line up in this 20-cart PSL karting ROK Pro Senior pre-final. It's all over but the shout now, folks. Where you finish in this one is where you start tomorrow, and how you finish tomorrow is how you start your 2024 ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Shaggy at the front of the grid with the red flag outstretched. Morgado and Saraceno come to a stop behind them. Rico, Norberg, Daly, Greco, White, Martella, and a whole bunch of other fast sons of guns ready to go for 10 minutes plus 2 laps here in the PSL karting ROK Shifter Pro pre-final. The flags go down. They'll throw it to the lights. 3 red lights come on, and when they go out, we go racing. Morgado, Saraceno, Rico, and Norberg. Place your bets now. They put the carts in gear. The lights go on, and they're out. We're racing here in ROK Pro Senior, or ROK Pro Shifter, pre-final action. Morgado has been just phenomenal in this category since the weekend began, and he gets the whole shot. He's out in front. Michael Rico, I do believe, was able to slide from 3rd up to 2nd, but there goes Saraceno right back by him in turn number 5. Saraceno now to the 2nd position. Leaders making their way out of the infield. Jostling for position continues. Colin Daly aboard the DR cart. He's hungry as well. Driving machine number 412. You see him in the mix right there. Lap 1 already in the books. Morgado out in front. Saraceno, Davide, Greco the big mover on the opening lap. Greco goes from 6th up to 3rd. That's where he ran as they came across the start-finish line. Colin Daly, I told you, we saw him in the middle of the mix in that 412 Danilo Rossi cart. Michael Rico in the 416, scored in 5th. Nicastro, 6th. Norberg, White, Martella, and Cabrera, the top 10. Cabrera is just looking to have a peaceful on-track session. He's been plagued by problems through both of the heat races today, and he really desperately needs a good run here in this one. Interesting to note right now after the first couple circuits, Andres Murcia, your quickest cart on track, minute 19.82 after the opening lap. Now we see things a little bit more clearly. It's a 46.64 for Saraceno. The second cart on track is quickest on the time charts, and Saraceno is starting to go after race leader Matias Morgado out of 4, now down into 5. We're going to have a race for the lead on our hands here before too long. Colin Daly and the 416 of Rico sorting themselves out on the entry into the infield. And there you go, a good look at our race lead, the 462 of PSL Karting's Matias Morgado. But boy, if he had mirrors, they'd be full of the 410 of Vincenzo Saraceno. Another lap in the books here, and Saraceno has a great run out of 12. He's not close enough, not quite yet. It's not quite as dark as it looks on your monitors at home. The sun is setting here in Homestead, Miami, Florida. The sun could be setting on Morgado's perfect day here on Saturday, as Saraceno has found something aboard that 410. Well, I say that, and he stumbles through the middle of 5 and 6, allowing Morgado to open up a sizable race lead here. With the amount of rubber that is down on this racetrack and the speed that these 125 ROK Pro shifters move, this is a workout and a half. Orange Theory's got nothing on this pre-final in ROK Pro Shifter. Wow, great lap there for Morgado. Purple lap times, 46.07 to a 46.61 for Saraceno. What's this right here we're watching? How about a little bit of Ryan Norberg in his shifter debut with Colin Daly, a veteran of this Pro Shifter category. Great pickup right there by our camera operators out on track. Ryan Norberg battled back from exhaust problems in heat race number 1 last evening. How how these karts work. It's much more technical than I can explain to you right now in this short heat race. Well, that looks like Rico dropping the right sides and doing a little bit of dirt tracking as they came out of turn number 9 up to turn 10. Rico right in front of Colin Daly and Ryan Norberg. So Rico might really be regretting that mistake here in just a second. Daly not able to get close enough, but I don't think that battle's over. But back to Norberg's exhaust issue, these karts are pretty sophisticated machines, and when there's a problem in the exhaust pipe, that affects the back pressure. That everything that comes out of the engine goes through the exhaust pipe, but again, in a pretty technical breakdown of it, we don't have the time to get into right now. The back pressure from that exhaust pipe helps provide power back to the engine. So when you're losing some of it through a broken weld like Norberg was suffering in heat race number 1 last night, you lose speed, you lose top end, you lose horsepower, and it's also super loud. Norberg said his ears were ringing all night after that heat race last evening. Colin Daly now pulls out to the inside. No, not close enough, as Rico got on the binders late and made sure that he was able to hold on to that 4th position. Davide Greco, haven't talked about him a lot this weekend, but we should be because he's fast and he's in the 3rd position. Greco aboard the 415 runs 3rd. Saraceno, he's lost a little bit more of ground here to Morgado. Morgado with a nearly 9/10 of a second advantage over Saraceno. Just under 5 minutes left in this one. Here they come across the start-finish line. And there is nothing like listening to shifter karts rip down the front straightaway right in front of you. Now here we go, fight for 3rd. Rico has caught up to Davide Greco. Rico, again, real careful. You got to be very aware of your surroundings in this situation because, yeah, you want to go after the guy in front of you, but Rico's got Colin Daly, Ryan Norberg, Axel Cabrera right behind him, Justin White and Martella, as well as Alex Papal, the top 10. So Rico can't just go crazy offensive on the attack after Davide Greco, even though that's what he's trying to do right here. The closest they've been, down to the inside in turn number 12. Rico is there, and he disposes of Davide just like that. Greco now from 3rd back to 4th. Greco has to make sure he doesn't fall victim now to Colin Daly. Daly, kind of the tail end of this train. Daly goes right down to the inside in 4. He picks up a position. Colin Daly from 5th now to 4th. Question is, does Greco have a bigger problem? Ryan Norberg on his bumper now with 3.5 minutes to go in this one before we see 2 laps remaining. Ryan Norberg working hard to minimize the mistakes and do exactly what he needs to do here in his first shifter race. And now he has a great chance to work on his passing skills. Norberg right behind Greco. Norberg says, I think I'll give it a shot, and he nails it. Norberg gets around Greco, so Greco goes from 3rd to 6th in just under 2 laps here. The bad news for Greco is he's going to lose those positions and start a little bit farther back in the final if he can't get them back. The good news is this race nearly over, so they can find out if there is an issue and fix it if there is one. Norberg goes way deep into turn number 5, nearly finds the back bumper of Jamaica's Colin Daly. Norberg just trying to figure this whole shifting thing out. He's been a clutch kart single-speed guy for so long. My hat's off to him for giving it a try, and especially on this stage. It'd be real easy to go find a club race or just test for a couple months before you make your debut in something like this. I'm sure he's driven a shifter before. I don't think this is his first time ever behind the wheel of one. But to throw your hat in the ring and race and try to be competitive against guys like Mateus Morgado, Vincenzo Saraceno, Colin Daly, Michael Rico, and the rest of this field, hey, that's pretty cool right there. As Norberg has kind of let Daly and Rico pull away from him, and Greco still trying to get back around the Floridian. Morgado clicks off another lap out in front. 1.5 minutes to go here. Probably 4 laps left at this point. At the speed these shifters, these ROK 125 cc's are hustling. An apricot colored sky over the AMR Homestead Miami Motorplex. Is apricot a color? I don't know either, but it's a beautiful evening here in Homestead, Miami. Oh, Daly runs wide on the exit of 10, and that allows Ryan Norberg to fly on by. So Daly, with a rare misstep, drops the right sides on the exit of 10 in that short shoot between 10 and 11, and that's all Ryan Norberg needs to get back to the 4th position, exactly where he started this pre-final. Battle for position down into turn number 1. That looked like the 418 of Henry Wheeler possibly, and Andre Nicastro swapping what would be the 12th position. Here we see Mateus Morgado aboard the 462 for PSL Karting. Shifter makes his, or leader makes his way onto the front straightaway. He sees the sign light up with 3 laps to go. And Saraceno, wow, 4 seconds back. And I mean, it just happens like that. Oh, we do have one driver up and out of their cart. An incident on the exit of turn 5. Somebody's up and out and taking their helmet off. That might be the 430. Yeah, of Avancino. Michael Avancino in the 430 looks to be the driver we're watching walk around in the infield right now as he continues to drop down the leaderboard. And Mateus Morgado sees only 2 laps remaining. Shaggy, look at him showing it to him with authority. You love to see that. I got to work for a very long time with a fantastic head starter, head flagman, chief starter, whatever you want to call him, Aaron Likens, the chief starter at SCUSA, but maybe more impressively these days, the chief starter in the NTT IndyCar series. He's the gentleman who waves the double checkers over the winner of the Indianapolis 500 every May, and I have a massive respect for flagmen and chief starters that can put on a little bit of a show. We'll see what Shaggy's got for him here as the white flag waves. That's a good-looking white flag. I'm already a fan of Shaggy's, our chief starter here at ROK Cup USA, but Aaron is fantastic. If you're an IndyCar fan and you watch the NTT IndyCar races during the course of a season, you've definitely watched Aaron Likens perform, and I do mean perform, from high above the tracks that those cars go to. Ryan Norberg in 4th, Michael Rico in 3rd, Saraceno 2nd. They're all chasing Mateus Morgado. So the checkered flag is out. Mateus Morgado could have pushed the clutch in and coasted the last little bit there. The fight for 2nd, though, however, is not over, and it's going to go to the 410 of Saraceno. Rico was close, Michael Rico was, but Ryan Norberg goes 4th, down a few spots, back to 4th, and wraps up a solid Saturday in his first laps as a pro shifter competitor. Mateus Morgado is your winner. Saraceno 2nd, Rico 3rd, Norberg 4th, Colin Daly 5th. He was out in front of Norberg for pretty much most of that race, but just had a small misstep right there where Morgado was passing. Dropped the right side Levanto tires, and hey, in competition this fast and this close, sometimes that's all it takes. But Colin Daly ends up 5th, Greco 6th, Justin White 7th, Cabrera 8th, Martella 9th, and Alex Papal the top 10. Beautiful shot right there of this evening, coming to a close here with ROK Cup USA and Florida Winter Tour. Ashley Graff has run outside, and we're gonna hear from her in just a moment. Let's go down to the scale line in Ashley.
We are back down in the scale line waiting for our pro ROK shifters to come in from their pre-final today. We're going to have a quick word with Ryan Norberg, who just had his debut in the shifter category. He started in the 4th position, moved down a little bit, but then worked his way back up to 4th. We're going to go have a word with him in just a second as he's getting his helmet off here. Ryan, rumor has it that this is your debut weekend in the shifter category. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. This is kind of a last-minute decision by the team, so it was really cool to get the chance to, move into the shifter class. Yeah, but it's a learning curve, that's for sure.
How does it compare to what you're used to racing?
It's nothing similar at all. I mean, it's not even close. I mean, the engines is so much more powerful, and the line is so much different. The brakes are so much different. I mean, it doesn't compare. And so it's a steep learning curve.
Are you ready for tomorrow's final race?
Yeah, I just need to get off the line better. I had a bad start this time. I've been doing all right, but this time I fell back really far and got eaten alive. And in the shifter class, it takes too long to get by people. It takes 4 or 5 laps to get by one driver. So, ideally, we don't do that, and we can save our time to run down, some of the faster guys up front.
Well, thank you for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for watching our ROK USA Florida Winter Tour Round 1 live for this Saturday. We'll be back live tomorrow for our final races, and we'll see you then.